these are the standings for now. Gukesh is leading the event with 5 out of 8 points. Anish, Firouzja also 5 out of 8. Followed by Notherbeg, Vidit, Nepo, and Prag 4.5 out of 8. Today is going to be a super exciting day there. And guys, all those who are not aware, on 18th of January, Chessbiz India completed 8 years of its existence. So that's the tournament happening, and we have a very new hall. It's so beautiful. Look at this. It's beautiful. Players are already coming. I think there's audience here. Maybe let me just try to get a full screen and see. Try to get more cameras there. How do you like the tournament hall? Also, we have very interesting pairings today. Gukesh is going to be taking on Vidit Gujrathi. We also have Praggnanandhaa facing the women's world champion Ju Wenjun, who has played brilliantly in this tournament, created upsets. And we have Anish Giri facing the world champion Ding Liren. What's your guess? Which is the most interesting game for you today? How are you all? Kennedy says the hall is wow. I completely agree. Why is it so dark? It's I believe they will be switching on the lights like the theater. Gukesh, Prag. Salman says Gukesh versus Vidit will be very interesting matchup. Totally agree. I think Anish versus Ding also when you're facing the world champion for sure. And Anish is at a point where he was a sole leader by 1 point. So today he would definitely be trying to think of beating Ding, but he's playing with the black pieces. The game should begin in 4 minutes. What's happening there? I think the photographers are waiting for the players. Such a beautiful hall. Here it is. We can't see much. It's very dark. It looks like a play is going to happen. It's such a nice theater, and of course, it's a play happening with all these characters. I think that's Nepo, is it? Guys, if this was a theater play, then who would you say would be the main character? SC says, guys, today's round is blindfold chess. Yes, I mean, for sure the players do not need lights. Sachuro says Anish is a character. Amit says Magnus would be the main character, but Magnus is not playing. That's the only problem. Oh, there we have light on one board over there, and these spotlights. Did you see that? The third board, the light just appeared. Do we have more angles here? Let me just try and check that out. Maybe I'll need to get my camera. Okay, there is one. I guess because it's a new hall, we're trying to get some more cameras. So, guys, just be patient. But I love how the spotlight is appearing. So magical. Absolutely. We have Akhil247 trying to super chat for the first time. Thank you so much, Akhil. Dhruv says, what a beautiful hall. I love the lightings and the blue light symbolize energy. We have way on the board there. And who else? Who else is there? We have Vidit versus Gukesh. I think that's the board. But both the players have not yet arrived. And that's Nepo adjusting in the pieces. Krishna says Vidit has mentioned in one of his interviews about the arrangement and setting of offline audience who comes to see the players. Yeah, it does look like Tata Steel India. Oh, there we have Praggnanandhaa on the board with Ju Wenjun. Oops. Oh, there we have. Is that Bag? Yep, that is Bag. But just trying to get a few more cameras. Give me a moment. There. Kesh and Vidit would be very, very exciting. But where are they? Not able to find them. Guys, give me a moment because some cameras I'm just trying to get because it's a new hall and I think they are all clapping. It's a speech, I believe. Yes, do you like this view more or but okay, let's wait. They've not yet started. Is it late today? Yes, you see so many photographers there. It's beautiful. Oh, which board is this one? I'm not able to guess it. It's the top board, but I'm not able to guess it. Where's Prag? Ah, Prag is here. Where is Gukesh? Can't find Gukesh. Oh, there is Anish. Can't find Anish Ding as well. Ah, they both are on the other side. There you go. And the handshake's done and the games begin. Did Pragg and Ju Wenjun realize that the games have started or did I miss the handshake? Yes, there he goes. The first move, e4 on the board. Guys, how do you like the four angles there? Oops, this one's a little messy, but it's okay. Wow, lovely. What a hall. What a tournament hall. How do you like it? How do you like the tournament hall, guys? Ooh, I need to change over here as well, or what? That's gonna be a task. Let me do that. Let me just get a moment because it's all dark in the tournament hall. So they have the spotlights on the board. That is the way they have arranged it for today. And I, I think I'll have to do some work to get the things changed because the few links have been changed. So it's my job. I don't know why Prag and just Okay, guys, here we are right now. The games have begun, and very sorry for that little bit of a pause there because I just trying to get certain things. Hopefully, it will all be fine. But for now, today is a new day, a new tournament hall, and amazing matchups there. So, Gukesh versus Vidit. That's the very first exciting matchup. The all Indian matchup there. I'll also be getting the bars very soon. But Gukesh starts with e4 and not. Oops. Let me just put this on the side. Yes, e4 and not d4. So e4, e5. Vidit plays e5. Knight f3 there. I would like to get a close-up play of the player cams as well. So would be getting that. But for now, maybe this should be okay. Here we have Pragg versus Ju Wenjun. Yep, there we go. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, and we have the Petrov on the board. Wow. Knight takes e5, d6, and once again, will Pragg go for knight f7? Of course not. He goes back knight f3. He knows that he's playing with the with Vidit here, who just very recently, captured a beautiful knight sack with the king, and the king went back to e1, kind of feeling nostalgia about where it was. So Pragg obviously doesn't go for knight f7 ideas. Knight e4 played by Vidit, d4 and d5. So we are here, and I missed the chat, so let me just have a look at it. What's going on? Flim says, wow, I love the setting. Lights only on the board and darkness everywhere. Super intense and nice. Exactly, right? I mean, already the games are going to be so intense, and here you can't see anywhere. It's like, dude, you have to focus. Light jahan hai, focus wahan hai. So maybe that's an idea for all those who keep asking ki how do I study, kaise kare. The best idea. Ek light, uske niche you will have a book, and then what other option do you have other than studying? SC says no lights, no sound, only chess. So yeah, how do you like this setting? I really, really love it. And not just that, but I'm wondering, it's a completely new place for the players. So how is it gonna be impacting the mind? Well, we also see Vidit versus Gukesh there, just behind Pragg versus Wenjun. Do you see that? Let me go to the full screen and maybe try to expand here so that, yep, there you go. Slightly blurred, but okay, not so bad as well. There I am too. So Vidit versus Gukesh, they're playing, and Ding versus Anish. And Anish is already walking, so we should check his opening as well. But after c4, c6, Petrov will come here. Gonna be very interesting. Maza aane wala hai for sure. Let's go to Anish versus Ding. What did they begin with? Ding goes c4. Anish goes e6. English opening there we have knight c3, d5, but now d4. So it converts into, what did he play? Bishop e7. Oh, Anish does not develop the knight too early. He first plays bishop e7, stops those ideas with bishop g5, c takes d5, e takes d5, and Ding goes bishop f4. So Anish is walking. That means firstly he's very comfortable in the opening. c6, e3, and bishop goes to f5. So this is of course not London system because c4, cd4 has happened. So bishop f5 played by Anish. What he's saying is, no, I don't want to go the usual route of developing the knights first. He's waiting. He's tried to take this diagonal. Do you see that? That normally white loves his bishop on d3, putting pressure on h7. But Anish is, this is very fast development of bishops. Wow, interesting. So what happens for, firstly, white has a very interesting move. Can anyone try to guess? Arre yaar, bored. Blunder, guys. New environment में blunder हो जाता है, and I think I have to adjust the board also. So extremely sorry about that. Board को कहाँ place करे? Yeah, maybe here. बहुत सारी कैमराज है. Yeah, like we usually place in a commentary. Maybe let's try in the center. So here we have, or let's go to the main board, which is the easiest one. But I'm extremely sorry. Now should I repeat it? चैट तो पूरा पागल हो गया ना. बोर्ड 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 बोर्ड. Himang says Tata Steel Chess on tour today. Epic setting. Mom's Magic says I don't like the light. Ooh. Okay. Evaluation bars. Shall I try to get them? Just give me a moment. Of course, without them, it's, a little bit of incomplete feeling. So why not? Let's interact with that and refresh there first. Refresh here first. And now I have their Tata Steel Masters, Tata Steel Challengers. Confirm. And let's have the bars very quickly so that everything will be set. First, I'll just get the Masters bars, and then we will get the Challengers bars as well. So we have Nepo, Praggnanandhaa. We have, I can try to get most of the bars. Let's see if we can fit them. Alireza here, and should be okay. This should be okay. And now I will try to get Harika, Divya and Leon. Where is... Did I get... Yeah, Ding versus Giri is right there. Divya here. Couldn't find Divya at all. And Leon. I have to find Leon. Ooh. Too small to see. But okay. Perfect. All of them are fitting here. It's like, when you're shifting to a new house, you have to take care of a lot of things. Fridge, washing machine, aquaguard. सब कुछ सेट करना पड़ता है ना बॉस. सो सिमिलर टू सेट एवरीथिंग. टाइम लगता है. हो गया. Done. So it's all done. Now I guess bars are there. You get a roundup directly. Oh, this has already happened on the board on Anish. I had asked an important question here. Yeah, वो हो जाएगा. One draw and then it will fit. So don't worry. Yes, exactly. Setup is dark today. It's nothing to do with OBS or our streams. But E3, Bishop F5 was played. Now that everything is set up, can we just focus on the analysis? And Ding Liren, look at this. What does he play? He goes G4. He says you have got your bishop out very early and it can't be so safe. G4 there. Bishop goes back to E6. H3. And Anish says knight D7. He still has not developed the knight on G8. This is so unusual. But in fact, there have been many games played in this position. We should be also checking this on our chess base a bit later after we catch up on what's going on in other games. So this is Ding versus Anish. I believe it's going to be one of the most interesting games of today. We also have Petrov happening on Gukesh versus Vidit. Knight c3, b takes c3, d takes c4, bishop takes c4. And what is in the last two moves, what is the main imbalance which has been created in Gukesh versus Vidit? Guys, first question for today. Satish says, whenever I hear Amruta speak Hindi, it becomes clear that yeah, my Hindi, like, I can speak Mumbai Hindi, but otherwise I can't really speak that kind of a, Very sophisticated Hindi. निखिलेश से सीखना पड़ेगा. Guys, do subscribe to our ChessBase India Hindi channel, by the way. Yes, Raj. Very good. Aditya. Shashank. Pranav. That's the pawn islands here. You can see in the last two moves, these exchanges happened. So knight c3. First, this pawn moves towards center and you can see a disconnect between them. D takes c4 and bishop takes c4. So white is having one pawn island, two pawn islands, and here is the third pawn island. And black has these connected. So one pawn island there and this one is the second pawn island. So this is the main imbalance created already. Vidit goes bishop f5. You can see after this capture towards the center, white had opened up the b file, which means he might be eyeing for rook b1 and putting pressure on the b7 guy, but bishop on f5 also stops rook b1. So a developing move, plus it stops some opponent's threat. Nice. There's still opening there. Gukesh is thinking, I believe he would go bishop g5 and attack the queen here. So this would be another game to check who is going to out-prepare each other. Vidit's opening preparation in this tournament has been amazing. Going to Praggnanandhaa versus Ju Wenjun, because we have them on the screen right now. We can see them. Prag with the white pieces starts with e4. Wenjun goes e5, knight f3, knight c6. And guys, which opening do we have on the board? That's the question Sagar would have loved to ask. Bishop c4, knight f6 played. Yes, Suyash, Abhi, Vinit, Palanapan, and many more. Absolutely Italian opening. Knight f6, knight g5. Whoa, guys, what is the name of this opening? Yeah, important question hai. Array, already I have people answering there. Football. Vinit, Suyash, fried liver. Fried liver. Yes, that's the name of the opening. Man, I can't believe it's happening on the top level. This is so cool. E takes d5. Lot of theory here. Knight a5. Prag goes bishop b5 check. c6 has been played. Still in the opening. There have been almost 2000 games here. D takes c6. B takes c6. Bishop goes back to d3. So white, by the way, won a pawn here. If you realize, e takes d5 was played, and if knight takes d5 would be played, then do you know the theory? Do you know the move here? It's theory, but it's a mistake. What's the move? Absolutely. Knight f7 is the right move. King takes f7. Himang says actually best move is not knight f7. Queen f3 check. And here you have, this is hanging. If you go king e6, then you bring another attack on the spin in the way of knight c3, putting pressure here. If he tries to defend this, also attack the c2, then bishop b3. So there have been games here with bishop b3, with castle that has been played. But Himang, what is the best move here? If you are saying this is not the best move, this is a part of theory. Apart from that, yes, there's one very interesting move. Can anybody try to guess? One thing is clear, I think today's openings have been amazing. Maza aa raha hai. Instead of knight f7, d4 starts the what's the name? Lolly attack, which is very strong. Lolly attack. I didn't know the name, so thanks for that. But yes, d4 striking in the center, and of course, Ju Wenjun did not take the pawn back. She attacked the bishop instead of that. And Pragg gives a check, defends the bishop, c6, once again attacks the bishop. Now Pragg takes the pawn, and Ju Wenjun is saying that, okay, I have not recovered a pawn, I don't need to. Instead, I want freedom, I want compensation, and I want peace activity. The next move, Pragg goes back to d3 with his bishop. Here, knight d5 has been played by Wenjun. This is still all theory. The knight on g5 is attacked, and Pragg defends the knight with the move h4. Now, several possibilities would be there. Knight f4, queen c7. Okay, she goes queen c7, develops the queen here, and Pragg goes b3. So, is this a novelty? Because Ju Wenjun has been thinking, whereas Pragg is having 1 hour 42 minutes on the clock. So, this is also a game we need to check what opening has happened. Looking at the bars right now, so Ding versus Giri, it has anything extremely elaborate. Oh, Northerbeg versus Jordan. Is that true? Is that true? Maybe we can just have a look at it. Oh man, the king in the center looks really weak. How did this happen? In Northerbeg versus Jordan, to have a look, they played Italian. Takes, castle, bishop e7. So d5, very early central break by Van Foreest happened. And over here, he goes a5. Is it his preparation? Because he's obviously playing pretty fast. Knight goes to h4. And g6 is a move which is not liked by the computers because of the move a4. Very interesting. This is very interesting that a4 has been played, stopping a4 ideas. Oops, a4 ideas. Securing this bishop on the long diagonal, and with the king in the center. What is the general idea you try to do? If your opponent's king is in the center, what is the thing to remember? Himang says, Northerbeg set to take revenge against Jordan for his last round loss last year. Ooh, that's a good reminder. Raunak says, can you please explain the lighting situation? Where are they playing? I think there is a tour today. They are playing in some hall. I really should have researched what's the name of the hall. So Himang, if you could help there, that would be wonderful. And they have these spotlights on the board, whereas you have an audience there. In fact, I would love to show you for a moment, but we can't see the audience. It's all dark over there. Audience can see them, the lights and the players. It's beautiful setting. We can't see the audience, but I believe players would be enjoying this. It's also, you can see Anish walking there. It's like walking in the dark. Nice hall. That's a nice hall there. It's in Hague. It seems like a theater. Yes, we should. They're playing at AFAS Circus Theater in Hague. That's what Shashank mentions. Thank you, Shashank. That's in Scheveningen. Ooh, Sicilian Scheveningen. Happened here. Okay, so let's go to the games where Pragg versus Ju Wenjun. I think the most important, the most happening opening happening here. After h4, queen c7 was played. Pragg went b3. This is what we were looking at, whether it's a novelty. And Ju Wenjun goes h6. Already the bar says, black likes the initiative. So h6 played, attacks the knight. Pragg goes back, doesn't need to think much. And Ju Wenjun down to 1 hour 23 minutes. That's a lot of time she's taking. And why would Pragg enter into something like this, where black, the initiative is moving towards black? Or is it the weak engine which cannot understand Pragg's preparation? This is something we need to understand. Before that, Akhil has super chatted, and he says to people, Let's play chess. Okay, Akhil. Himang says, as for the lighting situation, I feel it's far more cool to see in person for the visitors. It seems players are also quite comfortable the way they are moving. Agreed. Can we try to get more cameras as well? Because I'm very keen to see the um, board cameras, the special board cameras which we used to have. Ah, this is the third board. Here we have Vidit. Ah, this was the start of the game. Nice. We will be getting it. We will be getting it. That's Alireza versus Donchenko. So I believe we will get that. Okay, until the time we get those cameras, maybe we can have the full hall. Is that better? Okay. So going to this game, shall we have a look at our chess base and see the opening? Because in Prague's game, it is a very critical question. What's the line? Here we have e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, knight g5. So you see over here, White's move knight g5 played in around 39,000 games. Knight g5, d5, one of the main lines. E takes d5. Do we see Pragg here? No, not really. But Arjun has played it in 2022. Knight goes to a5. And now bishop e5 check is also the main move. c6, d takes c6. It's all the main line. Here Pragg goes bishop d3. But bishop e2 and queen f3 were other options as well. Played in 6,500 games. Bishop e2 and queen f3 played in 3,700 games. So Pragg goes back, bishop d3. After that, knight d5 is the main move here. h6 was another option. Pragg goes h4, which has happened in 400 games. In fact, Firouzja, Nepo, if you look at the top players who've played this, Firouzja, Nepo, Grishchuk, Maghsoodloo, they have all played it. With the black pieces, we see Ding in 2022. Actually, he's played it. Firouzja, Nakamura, Caruana. So already this line is very well established. Even on top level here, Queen c7, and Pragg now goes b3, and you don't see a move here, b3. So that is the novelty. And for sure, Pragg would have analyzed h6 because it was a move. You see, if knight c3, h6 is the main move. He would have expected that move. Even what else was the option? Knight c3 was the main move. But if bishop h7, if you try to win the pawn, then after g6, trying to trap the bishop, there were some games, but black has managed to trap the bishop, so it doesn't look like a good idea. So knight c3, instead of this move, what Pragg went for was b3, and there was no game. Already it's a novelty by Pragg. And h6 played by Ju Wenjun. Knight e4, if I have to see, there is no transposition. So this is the current Pragg's position. Let's go to the board and see if any more moves have been played after knight e4. Not really. So Pragg gaining this time, very important time. If Ju Wenjun thinks now for another 8-10 minutes, then it would be a half an hour advantage for Pragg already by move 11th, which would be pretty huge. So great novelty there. And what would be the idea? What is Pragg planning? For sure he's wanting to develop the bishop to b2. But what else did this move do? b3. Guys, can you try to think? Himang says the challenges event is not happening here, it seems. Oh, that is a good observation. Did not realize that. Normally, the challenges event, they had all these boards in one line, and there was another section of challengers which used to happen on the other side. Where are they playing? Oh, so we will not have today, we won't get to see I mean, Divya, Leon, Harika, they won't also get to see them. So it will be happening in the normal hall. So maybe we will not have their cameras today. ठीक है? To flank the bishop, c4 or a4 in the future. To stop the knight jump. To prepare c4. One thing which we should definitely try to look at, if we go back to this opening and if we try to understand that knight c3 was the move, which was the main line where Pragg played b3 as a novelty over here. So knight c3, if this is the line, followed by h6, where white has, if I look at the best top players, they've generally gone knight takes d5 here. Let's look at the main line. In fact, there is knight f3, the bishop developing to d6, and then the knight going to e4, attacking this guy here, castle, knight d6, queen d6, castle, c5, and bishop e2. So white is just not heading towards b3 at all. It's a completely new thing for Ju Wenjun, because it's all changing the whole perception of the position when we go back. This bishop is wanting to develop on this diagonal or control some key squares. So b3 is a very interesting move by Pragg. Really, really amazing what he has found on move number 10th over here. And trying to decode it, one thing is f5. Oh my goodness. Fearless Ju Wenjun. Look at her king. Look at her weak squares. And look at her opponent, who is Praggnanandhaa. And there is no fear. This is the women's world champion for you. Where is the knight now going to go? Because it has very limited squares. It can't go anywhere over here. So where is it going to go? c3 or g3? What do you like more? Amit says even engine is taking time to evaluate the move by Pragg. It's a brilliant novelty. I mean, if Pragg is bringing such novelties here, I am wondering in candidates what all we are going to get to witness. Ayush asks, why not queen h5 check? In fact, so many people, because exactly, why not queen h5 check? If you go queen f7 over here, then what's the problem? Do you want to play endgame, king takes f7, and want to say that you are a pawn up? So exchanging pieces should be good, right? That's your question. Fair enough. I like this move, but I don't like queen exchange. So it's a very personal thing. So if Pragg wants to go in endgame, this can be considered. But what are the options are there for him? Apart from queen h5, was there any other suggestion? No, knight d6 was all those who thought after queen f7 there is knight d6 check, there is this bishop. That's not happening. So, sapne dekhna band kar lo. So not queen h5 here, but knight c3 is one move which you all were talking about, and knight g3 was another move where you are keeping an attack on f5 guy. The move e4 now attacks the bishop. Where are you going to go? And it's very clear you don't have really good squares and you don't want to go back to f1. So bishop e2. Then if you go this pawn, black will develop with to d6. Again attack the g3 knight. So it looks like a little bit of a forcing calculation, because now you don't have anything to stop or block the check. The king will have to move. And where will the king move? f8 looks a little bit more natural, but there you go. Once the king is on f8, a very interesting move for white. Firstly, white can castle and think of f3 break and blast open the king. That sounds exciting, which is not as easy as it sounds though, because black's pieces here eyeing towards the king side. So be careful about that. But the threat is bishop g3, fg3, queen g3. And to stop that threat, there is a very interesting idea. What's the interesting idea for white? Did anybody find it? Himang says after queen h5, king d8 is apparently good for black again. Don't know what's that all about. It is very clear that what Pragg has chosen is practically, practically gonna put a lot of tension on the black king. So for Ju Wenjun, it's all about defending accurately. Right, Aditya Mehul. Sendil, yes, bishop a3. By playing bishop a3, you actually stop bishop g3 ideas. So a very beautiful move there. Bishop a3 trying to exchange the dark square bishop and first provoking c5. And funny thing is you can still castle and not worry about this takes when your rook is opening up, and now here you have the bishop on a3. So that's the whole idea. Going back to the game, so knight g3, we understand what all is happening. The other move is knight going back to c3, and this time if e4 will be played, then what all ideas? If you go bishop e2, yes, bishop e2 is possible. For black, if he tries to develop normally with bishop d6, the problem is, what's the problem? Bishop h5 check, the same thing which we were looking at after king f8. This position looks a little more preferable for white because he's going to develop knight c3, d3, and there is no knight to get to f4. But I would say it is extremely complex. Even if black's king is going to be in the center, white's king doesn't look very powerful with these pieces lying there, and with this pawn storm, it's something which Pragg, with his preparation, with his tactical analysis, I'm sure he would have played a lot of blitz games in it as practice. So he is banking on to out prepare Ju Wenjun, and it's a great idea because the position is super complex. So f5, the most interesting opening position we have got for today. Let's go to the next one. By the way, can we also try to have Anish versus Ding? Let's see if we are able to get Anish versus Ding on the screen. I'm just going trying that. Gukesh versus Vidit. Poll please, says Adarsh. Let's look at their opening. Let's try to see the opening, and then we can decide. Just trying to see if we get more cams there. If I'm able to get more cameras there. We have Ju Wenjun in Pragg, the close-up camera. Oops, everything is gone. Okay, it's not so easy. It's not so easy. Srinath Narayanan in the chat, he says, wow, they are playing open sky. Yes, Srinath, what is it? How do you like the hall? And what is your opinion about the change of the venue which happens in the middle of the tournament from a player perspective? Okay, let's go to Gukesh's game, and we were looking at the opening. It was Petrov there. C4, C6, knight C3, takes here, takes. We saw this, and we also had asked what is the imbalance. So bishop G5 was played. It's the pawn structure, if you can see. Queen goes to A5. Knight goes to H4. This bishop is attacked. It has a choice. Which diagonal does it want to be in? Goes back. Bishop E6 challenges the light square bishop. Now white exchanges Ah, look at this. It's not about fe6 because that would mean a very weak pawn on the open file. A very bad position for black it would have been. But suddenly, out of nowhere, that's the idea behind queen a5. Attacking the g5 bishop. He captures the bishop here. And now it's a double attack. Both the pieces are hanging. So how is white going to save himself? He goes knight f3, counter attacks. That's usually the way to save yourself. Counter attack. Srinath says, as a player, I would prefer familiarity. Oof. Always with limited words, he's able to say a lot. That's what Srinath is. So queen a5 now. Bishop goes back to b3. The queen goes to the queen side. I think keeping an eye on c3 and a2 is well defended, so that's not a problem. Bishop goes back to b3, knight d7, queen d3 by Gukesh. Vidit goes knight f6, and if you observe his time, he had 1 hour 39 minutes in this position after 17 moves. So he's pretty prepared, and he goes knight f6 after a thought of 6 minutes. Knight f6, rook e1, rook a e8, rooks are challenged. I am not having much hopes from this game because I believe it should. But then Gukesh is Gukesh. We don't know. He's a fighter and right now he is the leader. So we will see what he's going to do. Srinath says, just came off after 2 hours of recording. Will rest my throat now. That's why he's texting. He's in the chat for some time. Okay, Srinath. How is the course going on? Is it complete now? When is it going to release? Yes, Ayan. Next round will be, we will have Pragg versus Vidit because whoever Gukesh plays, the next opponent will be Pragg versus. Oh, by the way, we have Anish Giri on the screen. Shall we just jump to his board? And what about Rook doing on h6? Bishop e6. h3 over here. Srinath says, I hope it's complete. I have done all the video recordings, but sometimes some things might need to be re-recorded. Life में वो होता ही है बार बार. How is the background dark? Guys, we have a lot of people in the chat and they will definitely let you know why is it so dark over there. But knight d7, bishop d3, and look at what Anish Giri plays. This is the opening we will check for sure. h5. He's not developed the knight early. That's the point, and the position is completely different because he had developed bishop f5 early in the opening, which allowed g4, and that's why we have reached such a position. h5 with the threat of hg. There is a pin over here, so g takes h5. Ding says, no, I don't really care about such an isolated pawn. Anish says, no, I'm not taking it with the rook. Why should I, when I can go knight f6 and attack with the knight? And anyway, what is it planning to do? So for that, Ding says, there is a plan. What's the plan? What's the plan with this pawn? We can't see the clock here though, but because of the reflection of the light, but it's still very nice. What you can see very dark is actually not dark. There are people there. It's an auditorium, so we have an audience today who can sit. Power cut koi nahi hai. There is a lot of power on the board, guys. h6, exactly. It's anyway going to be lost, so just why not give it up by isolating this pawn as well. So h6 played by Ding. He has 1 hour 25 minutes at this point of time, and let's see how much time Anish takes now. He goes g6 with very 15 to 20 seconds, and we were looking at him at the opening walking in the tournament hall, so he's very well prepared. He goes g6, doesn't take this pawn, so he's not greedy at all. Queen c2 played, And big threat incoming after queen c2. What is that? Or am I missing it? For example, let me just make a passing move. Like if you go a6. Oh, I was wrong. I was very tempted with some move. I believe you guys would also have been tempted with that move, which was, yes, Hiram. Exactly. No, you feel like capturing this pawn there, giving a check, and it just feels like the black king will be devastated. Of course, with king f8, it would be because there is queen g7 check. But after bishop f7, seems like black can defend. Because if you go queen g7, there is rook g8 attacking this guy here. And very interesting move if you go h7, rook g7, h8 queen, rook just comes back to g8. In the whole, giving up the queen, making a queen, it's like your h pawn is gone. So this position, Anish will be able to defend, and somehow it reminds of Vidit's, the Sicilian. These are the bodyguards over here. So very beautifully defended king. Only difference is, of course, it can castle. So a pass doesn't matter here. You cannot really give a sacrifice. What white is actually doing is exerting pressure here. Though there is pressure, you can't just ignore it. Knight h5 played by Anish. Once again, a very quick move. So very well prepared in the opening. Bishop goes to h2. For white, this bishop really important one, because black might try to go for long castle. White might go to long castle. So bishop h2. And that is how Anish says, okay, time to take this pawn. And he's got the rook to h6. And he says, okay, I will never be able to short castle, but it doesn't really matter. Now the rook is actually on the open file. It's going to be on the open file there. The knight will be moved. The h3 pawn will be a target there. So Anish with 1 hour 43 minutes 43 seconds having a great opening preparation and idea on the board. Long castle by Ding. Knight goes to f6. He brings in this knight. Now this is a little bit of a thing that this knight cannot really go anywhere. But the plan with this knight would definitely be to go to g7 and exchange the light square bishop. So that might be the plan. Or even just keep an eye on the h3 pawn if this knight develops. So king goes to b1. Now what is this move called? What do we call this move? We will also go to Pragg's board, but I would not miss such an interesting opening which Anish is playing, and so well prepared. Just look at the time pressure. And also look at Anish, who is not on the board. He keeps walking. That says a lot of it. Your walk. Himang says, dark mode fans must be loving the lighting today. Yes, I am. I am the one for dark mode. Array, lovely. Sania, Devarsh, Akhil, Mittu, Beloglavi. Totally. That's the prophylaxis move, basically. You kind of make this move and say, I am, not going to fall for any later ideas on the c file, on this diagonal. So it's always a good move after long castle. So king b1, a prophylactic move. Great knowledge, guys. Bishop d6. Anish going bishop d6 after, I think for the first time, he did think around 2 to 2.5 minutes. But I'm sure he would have prepared this move. And after bishop d6, what Ding plays is knight to f3. He thought for 12 minutes over here. 12 minutes and knight f3. So there is a 35-minute time difference on the clock. Now, what Anish is going to play, or has he played? No, on the board we do not have knight f3 yet. Ding will make the move knight f3. He's yet to make the move. Shall we now go to Pragg's position, because that was a crazy one happening as well while Ding makes the move here. Yes, there we go. So going to Pragg versus Ju Wenjun. He chose knight e c3. We were looking at these two moves, and he goes back to c3 here because he wants to challenge this knight here and make sure that it's not going to create a mess there. So Ju Wenjun goes back with the knight. She went back with the knight. Now Pragg is thinking what to do. You are in Pragg's position, but guys, don't spread rumors. Pragg is not winning. This is a very complex position. So what I can immediately observe, look at it. All the pieces on, queen side here in this one box. That's funny. You don't often get to see such a position. So gives a feeling of a local train there. So yeah, knight ec3, knight f6. So what are your suggestions for Pragg? Yes, Sagar is traveling. So he will be joining us towards the end of the tournament. We might have somebody very interesting today, but I don't know exactly. Let's see. Vedant says bishop e2. You want to go back with the bishop to e2. Maybe reviving this idea of bishop h5. Then some people want to castle. And then there is bishop b2, I believe. But the question is that if you just simply castle and say, okay, your king is in the center, my king is safer. Why does the bar not like this move, castle? What do you think? Why is the bar not liking this move, castle? e4, oh g5. Look at the move which the chat is suggesting. Totally fearless. g5, bindas, going for a pawn storm, not at all worrying about the king in the center there. Very interesting move. If rook e1 on the open file still doesn't matter for black, it's going to develop to d6, and you see there is no d4 immediately, there's no f4. So though the king is weak in the center, g5 is a beautiful idea, I would say. Don't know about the timing, but the idea is beautiful. I like that, the way you guys are thinking creatively. Also after castle, let's say if black develops, black brings his bishop here on c5. White has to develop. White needs to really develop. He's very low in development. So bishop a3, if he tries to challenge this bishop, because you really like the black bishop, and then black is going to save his bishop. He's not going to exchange this bishop here. How do you develop the knight? This knight is stopping the development of this knight. The pawn is stopping the development of this knight. This bishop is stopping the pawn to be pushed forward. So a lot of dependency on each other there, which doesn't look so good. So what Pragg says is, forget it, let me start developing in a very simple manner. So he goes bishop b2 there, and he's got this bishop on the diagonal. Also for all these ideas like g5, now with the bishop on b2 might not be as easy. So bishop b2 played by Pragg. Ju Wenjun now going to think. By the way, Pragg did take some time here. He had 1 hour 30 minutes and he thought for 6 minutes for this move. And now the knight says, I have the square for myself, because the bishop is not developed to a3. So knight will develop to a3, and then it is a clear-cut route to c4. So Pragg is going to try and complete the development with queen e2, and he might actually go for long castle, where here he has a lot of bodyguards and it feels safe. And then what is, if Ju Wenjun tries to go g5 and all, here she would be crushed. So that is the idea. I think it's more about a plan which Pragg had after b3, and the plan was simple. So this is nice, a very nice position. I think Wenjun to find stuff on the board may not be so easy. Let's go to let's try to have a full screen for a while, and also try to see if we get more close-up angles for Pragg and Anish and Gukesh, Vidit. There we have, this one is Pragg versus Ju Wenjun. Let me just, today the names have changed. Ah, no, it's perfect actually. There we have Alireza versus Donchenko, and then now you can see the auditorium and the people sitting there. Slight, very slight light. Can you see that? Oh, here also you can see, and you can see Gukesh also. Also, let me just try to get this one. Oof, nice. This is also very nice. Okay, somehow I'm not getting Vidit versus Gukesh. We just, okay. I think I'm just trying to get Vidit versus Gukesh camera. Give me a moment, guys. Hello guys, very sorry. I was just trying to make some things work, but now I'm back, and whatever we have, whichever videos we are gonna work on that. So everything is beautiful here. Let's just go to the board, and right now Ju Wenjun is taking on Praggnanandhaa, and we also have one of the most exciting game. So after Bishop B2, Bishop D6, as expected, the bishop was developed. Prag develops the knight to a3 as well. He doesn't take much time. e4 played by Ju Wenjun, and now she's somehow playing a little fast. 14 moves have been done. We have 26 moves to make, but as we have seen number of times, one move suddenly takes half an hour, and then there you go. You could land up in time pressure. So after e4, the question is whether you want to go back with the bishop or whether you want to pin the king. So queen e2, why not pinning the king? You cannot take over here, and also planning long castle in the future. The only question is, what if this king says, I can also castle and threaten d takes, e takes d3? That's the question. Where are you going to move the bishop? Because if you go to c4, then am I going to take is this knight going to take your bishop, and black can be happy with double bishop advantage in quite an open position, for that matter, not super open but still. But there is a good move, a positionally nice move, white to play. It may not be very easy, but let me ask you this question. And meanwhile, Santosh Nene says super chats and says, Amruta, this is for a beautiful live video capture from Tata Steel Chess. You and Sagar have taken chess to different levels. Thank you, Santosh. They have a beautiful venue today for sure, and I think everything is back. The only camera I was trying to get Gukesh and Vidit, but somehow I'm not able to get that. So at some point we will get. We have all other cameras there, but we have an all Indian match today. Also, the pairings are interesting, the openings are interesting. So shall we just focus? Amruta, why are the bars not there in left, indicating position worth? Yes, Vijay, they are on this screen. You can now see them, and we will be asking a lot of chess questions. After short castle, the question is what is the move for white? And the chat chess moves is also working. Bishop a6. Let me just see how many people had. Oh, I had not refreshed, but this was the old question, and I see many people had answered over here. Bishop a6 found by 10 people. Anay, Rakesh, Basavarja, Siddharth, Palanaipan, Divyansh, Manish, Giri, SRSA, and Abhijit. Well done, guys. That's the move. Bishop going to a6, and you are essentially saying that you are happy with this bishop exchange. That's what you're saying, and you will get a little when you have less space. Why does the guy who has less space? So this exchange of pieces is good for him. That is how it was. So e4 played by Ju Wenjun. Pragg is thinking whether to go queen e2, because if he goes back with the bishop over here, then Ju Wenjun can actually be fearless. I'm not sure how easy of a decision it is, because castle seems like one of the natural ideas, which is in fact a very, very nice idea there. But she might also consider developing this bishop and not caring about the king being on f8. So why is this move very important? The idea, what does it stop? It stops the opponent's threat. And what was the opponent's threat? What was Pragg's threat? Because of which the value of this move, bishop e6, gains a lot of importance, even more than, keeping the king in center. So what was the move it's trying to stop? Absolutely, yes, Sendil, very smart and very quick. It is knight c4. This knight which developed at the edge of the board, of course it wants to come in the center. So that is the idea, that when you go bishop e6, you are trying to stop knight c4. Because of which you even allow such a check and keep your king in the center. That would be powerful, but I would say it is a very tough move to make. But anyway, Pragg did not go back bishop e2. He says queen e2, which clearly means he knows that this exchange of the bishops is good for him. So queen e2 played by Pragg. Now Ju Wenjun is thinking, I think the time gap is not too much. They are at move number 15. Let's quickly go and check Anish's game, because after rook h6, that one was hell of an opening there. Rook h6, long castle played by Ding. Can we, for sure, I think we had Anish's camera, so that I believe we will definitely be able to see. There we go, Anish on the screen. After long castle, he goes knight df6 this knight, and we were discussing about the knight coming to g7 and later the light square bishops getting exchanged. King goes to b1, the prophylactic move. And now Anish doesn't mind that even if he had developed bishop to e7, he doesn't mind going to d6 and challenging this beautiful bishop which is controlling this diagonal and giving some irritation for sure. So bishop d6, Ding develops the knight to f3, Anish takes the bishop, bishop takes h2, rook takes h2 and knight goes to g5. Now another bishop is going to get exchanged. So are we going to have a rook and knight endgame there? Knight goes to e5. Can Anish now play bishop f5? Or one more question is, by the way, if you all have observed, can Anish take and win this pawn on h3? Rook takes h3. A question for you. What is the move white can play? Why is rook h3 a blunder? Tell me the second move, not the first move. A second move. Rook h3 is a blunder, but why is it a blunder? Yes, Parham versus Max. Max is having a clear advantage. Oh my god, Parham having a really tough tournament. This one. And also for challengers, because we can't see them today. We can't see Divya walking there and watching the games, and she would have loved today's openings. I think she's definitely going to miss that. But you can see Leon already having an advantage of 0.7, which is great. He's having a good enough advantage. Divya and Morrissey either playing a very equalish game or a very complex game. Harika is playing with Hans Niemann today, and she is in a slightly inferior position. Alireza versus Donchenko, they are having a equal position. Northerbeg having clearly better position against Van Forest. Parham in trouble against Max. Pragg versus Wenjun, very complex. Don't trust that 0-0. Wijk versus Nepo. Wijk is having slight initiative against Nepo. And Gukesh versus Vidit is a game Petrov had happened. We have to go and check the game and what's happening there. I was predicting a draw, but of course it's too soon and it's just a prediction, baseless prediction. Ding versus Giri. Giri having some slight initiative. There we go. We have the second move on the board. Oops. Yeah. Here we have the second move on the board. But who's found it? Avinash and Karthi, and all of you wanted to play bishop g6. Should that also work? Let me just quickly go and check. Rook takes h3 was the move here. Bishop takes h3, and remember my question. I did not ask you at that point of time rook takes h3 or not. I asked you over here, yes, bishop g6 is also working. The right, I mean rook h1 is very clear, very easy. You move the rook and then there, you move the bishop and then there is check. You lose the queen there. So not this one. But the point is, bishop g6 is also a beautiful sack there. Oops, rook h3, bishop g6. Not here, man. Wait a second. Knight e5, rook h3, bishop h3, and over here, bishop g6. fg6, and you have queen g6. The king is devastated if king e7, queen f7, king d6, queen b7, attacking c6. This should be a big trouble for sure. Also, this is hanging and this is a mating net. So bishop g6, all those who said also a right move there. Chess players, Devarish, Sendil, Siddharth, Sahil, Laksh, Devil, SRSA, Sharvesh and Manish Kumar. Well done. Going back, so Anish did not take the pawn. He is in fact thinking at this moment what is to be done. Clearly pressure is mounting on the g6 point and clearly he needs the rook to defend. So how should he continue? It feels like you want to develop the queen and you want to go for long castle. That seems like a very natural idea. So queen going to e7, but also can you go queen c7, because that could be a pin there. So I like queen c7 as well. Only thing is you might have to take care of such ideas there. So Anish thinking at this moment, and he has some other ideas which could be interesting, where he might want to go knight g4, another pin, a lot of pins here, and want to get rid of this knight. So takes this should be a very possible move for Anish. Let's see if this is also a part of his preparation somewhere, these ideas, but we will come back to this game. Right now, going to Gukesh versus Vidit, because they have played Petrov after queen d3 was played, knight went to f6, rook e1, the rooks h4 by Vidit, by Gukesh, h4. He says no exchanges after g6. I think Gukesh is clearly in a big mood to fight there. The knight is going to jump in. This rook might go to e3. Oof, this is Gukesh's style position. So I think I should take my words back that I'm predicting a draw here. I don't think so. It's gonna be a fight, a big fight. Let's also go to which game? Pragg, of course. After queen e2, castle has been played. Now Ju Wenjun is threatening d takes e4. Let's have them on the camera. That's the full hall which you can see. But also we can have a close-up of Pragg versus Wenjun here. Now the bishop is hanging. How long has Pragg taken here? Because queen e2 was played. He had 1 hour 17 minutes. And Ju Wenjun took 5 minutes almost. Now Pragg is thinking. I believe he might make the move pretty quickly, because for sure the bishop has only 2 squares, c4 and a6. And what we have understood is you may not want to exchange it with this knight. So bishop a6 is the move, Pragg. Why are you thinking? For all those who are joining late, why is the background dark? Because today the hall has been changed, the venue is changed, the Masters tournament is happening in AFSA, right, Himang? And that's a theater there. We also have a lot of audience. So it's a beautiful hall. Just have a look at it. You can see the audience. Do you like this view, or do you like one camera? Yeah, the problem is sometimes the cameras will go away. But in one view, we get to see at least 4 boards. How do you like this view, guys? Pragg has made the move. He goes bishop a6. Pretty challenging today, I would say, for our angles. For what reason, I don't know. Oh man, Pragg is yawning. In this position, that means he's very relaxed. I do think that these players prepare so much, and I'm doubtful if they would be able to catch on their sleeve, because sometimes even if you have a plan while you're preparing, and you just lose control. So how disciplined it would be for them is a question to ask. Would be very interested to know. Akshay Natu says, love this venue setting. कोई टहलते हुए ट्रिप ना कर जाए ट्रिप ना कर जाए बस. That's true. What he means is hoping that somebody doesn't trip. No audience visible, but there is, yes. Would be an amazing experience for them. I mean, if all of you, I didn't know that the venue would be like this, but all those in Netherlands, I think this was a perfect day to be at the venue. If tomorrow also it will be the same venue, do you know that? Does anybody know if the venue is going to be the same tomorrow? So that I think many of you can go there and watch this live, like really live. Wouldn't it be amazing? Samkit says, while I'm liking the new setting, doesn't it affect the player's visualization and focus due to a sudden shift in lighting? No, the sudden shift did not happen. Like, it was yesterday, they had a rest day, by the way, so it did not happen that fast. Also, this spotlight is, in general, it's there. It's not uncommon for top level. For elite tournaments, there are such settings. World Championship also will have these spotlights. So I don't think it would be affecting in that sense, but yes, it's a different venue. But then they all knew it, and it's a long tournament. So after 8 rounds, it's like as good as a new tournament. You see, Chennai Grandmasters was 8 round event, so this would be the ninth round, and that would be a new event. Just like after a rest day, they are playing a new event. So इस वेन्यू पे चेस डेट हो सकती है. साउंड्स लाइक एन आइडियल डेट आइडिया. गो आउट विथ अ चेस गर्ल, प्ले चेस विथ. वाह, अक्षय नातू, आई गेस you recently got married. So bishop a6 there, by Pragg, and while Ju Wenjun is thinking, she's gone down to 58 minutes. Here she has a decision to make. One is whether to exchange the bishops or whether to completely ignore and develop the bishop. At least these are the very first two decisions, whether you want to develop to e6. But when we know that now when you go bishop e6, white is looking for two moves. One is that he would love to long castle, that's one. And then after long castling, just look at the structure. How do you blast open that? Like an idea to keep in mind, which is obviously very much under control by black. It's not like you can just immediately go for that. But still, what's that move to blast open such a structure? Thematic move. A thematic move. Santosh says, misses my super... No, Santosh, I did read your super chat. Very beginning May. And I also thanked you. Thank you so much for your super chat. Yes, Akshay, on our 10th Chess Biz India anniversary, that's the plan. Yes, there you go. Harini. Harini. Yeah, okay. We have Harini, Raghav, we have Poonam. And who else? G4 is a thematic break to open such a structure. You can see it's very much under control right now. But this is always a tension for such pawns in the center. And in Sicilian, in fact, it is many times ulta. There is a pawn on e5 and f4, and black's g5 is the thematic break. So that is what Pragg after. So long castle is one move for him, and the other one is to get the knight as quickly as possible in the game with knight c4. So these are the two ideas for Pragg, which is very clear. So he's after bishop a6, Ju Wenjun is thinking whether to go bishop e6 or not, because she knows that knight c4 is incoming, and after knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, mass exchanges could happen. Bishop takes c4, queen takes c4. With these mass exchanges, let's say king moves and long castle, you can immediately understand the absence of these two pieces have allowed white to feel his king as the safer one. The bishop on b2 completely angling at the king on h8, and there you go with the ideas. Of course, f3 d3. By the way, all those who had mentioned those ideas, they exist for sure. This was just about a thematic break, but yes, you do have these ideas, and it's a lovely position for white with such a safe king. So this would be, I think, she would be a little bit worried about going bishop e6, and that's why bishop takes a6, queen takes a6 is something she will go for. And which move right now stops white long castle? That's the question for all of you. Which is the move right now for black which will stop Prag's long castle. So Ju Wenjun's move. I mean, this has not happened, but I'm expecting that we are going to reach this position and Ju Wenjun will make this next move. What's the move? Yes, Sudhakar, ice cold, dark, dark, and Sahil. Well done there. Knight g4 is the move which stops the long castle because that would be a big blunder. Knight takes f2 is happening, so you can't long castle. But then you do want to long castle, and if you say that okay, let's try to defend the f2 pawn, then there will be this knight h2 jumping in, and maybe knight g4. Obviously, Pragg will not repeat, but this is something which I think Ju Wenjun will be right now thinking. Knight g4. Pragg will be thinking of finding a move here for him. Because let's say if you want to go back and then defend this guy c5 over here, f2 over here, what is the move that black has, which is very, very powerful again? Black to play. Saurav says great commentary. लेकिन dark में क्यों chess? Chess is dark sometimes. There can be number of various answers actually. It seems like they are playing treasure hunt, which is also true because the winner will get some amazing prize money, I believe. So that's a treasure hunt going on there. Yes, absolutely correct. All those who said bishop c5 exerting more pressure on f2 here with the knight and the bishop. Important to note is the one thing which helps and which is very much in black's favor is that this pawn is on h4. There's no way you can kick the knight away. And if you want to go f3, once again, there is no way once your king and queen are there on the e file. You cannot do that. So, artificially, this knight on g4, it is like a fixed spot there. Doesn't feel, it feels like as if the pawn doesn't exist on f2 that way. And that is the thing that Ju Wenjun can really focus on and utilize it. So knight g4, if queen e2, bishop c5, Pragg would definitely face a lot of trouble there. So he will not go back. And I'm wondering after takes Ju Wenjun knight g4 she will go for, and I'm wondering what is the way Pragg can continue here if not rook f1. What is the way? White to player. Try to be in Pragg's shoes here. Yes, with all the darkness, maybe you can switch off the lights in your room right now. Have a chess set, have a night lamp, and try to think so that you are actually being in Pragg's shoes. क्या बोलते हो जनता? Pragg is relaxed for sure. Akshay says, is this a stream for stargazing? So dark and so many stars. I believe a lot of people would be loving astronomy and stargazing and photography, star photography, sky photography. So why not? But guys, if you are in Netherlands and if this is gonna be happening tomorrow in the same venue, it's a venue to not miss at all. What's the suggestion here for Pragg, for being in Pragg's shoes? Yes. Smart guys. Very smart guys. Dino says only lamp light in my room. Jay says I don't have a chess set at home. किसी के पास लाइट नहीं है, किसी के पास चेस सेट नहीं है. Ooh, Devor says, can we discuss e3 as well instead of knight g4? The move sounds interesting, so we will definitely do that. Black background backing, black pieces. Yes. So the move here is, as you guys were suggesting, knight c4 for Pragg. Going like he, as we know, he had two ideas. Yeah, long castle and knight c4. So knight c4 over here, you have attacked this bishop because this bishop is very irritating. So you don't want that. But a question, a little bit tough question there. If bishop c5, okay, attacking this guy here, what are you going to do? Crazy. Look at this. It's crazy, man. What are you going to do? White to play. Oops. Let me just clear the chat. Chess moves. करोगे तो करोगे क्या? टफ है, काफी टफ है. Too many questions here actually. After bishop a6, sorry, after bishop c5, what's the suggestion going on? There you go. Knight e3 suggested by maximum people, followed by queen a5, who really want to grab that knight. Free piece hai yaar, kha lo. And yeah, two people also suggesting something like long castle, Sudhakar and dark carbon. Okay, so let's have a look at the position where the very first question is knight e3. What if knight e3? Here we go. So what if knight e3? So if knight e3, black has a shot. Guys, time for a shot. Not a short break. Not YouTube shorts. By the way, Chessbiz India YouTube shorts are amazing. Do you guys watch it? But a shot. Yes. Sandal, Giri, Mehekdweep, Madhu, Som, SRSA. Absolutely correct there. There is a shot which is knight takes f2, using the white king which is there in the center and a space and the spawn storm happening with f4. This knight being attacked. Where do you go? You don't really have... Oh, sorry, you can't go anywhere. It's a pin. But this is completely crazy. So knight f2 is winning for black. You can't make a move like knight e3. But people who asked queen takes a5, why not win a piece there? It's a very important question because it's just full piece there. So bishop f2 check, and where is the king going to go? Because if king f1 or king e2 or king d1, there are three real options. Only one of them works, but why? Which one? King f2, king e1 or king f2? Sorry, king f1, king e2 or king d1? Where will you go? So Pragg has a task. He has to calculate a lot. But what is happening right now? I think that Ju Wenjun is calculating a lot of things already, even before capturing that bishop on a6. That can be very dangerous for her. King d1, king f2, king e2. Confusion in the chat. काफी confusion चल रहा है in the chat. But I think today this is definitely the game of the day for us. King f1 just doesn't feel right? Like the king on f1 when you don't have pieces over here, there is rook here, there is a spawn storm coming, you just don't feel it right intuitively. बस एक intuition है, अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है. पर क्या intuition पे believe कर सकते हैं? Because now this queen is you're challenging the queen right now. So black, let's say, goes bishop b6, and if you take here, this queen is attacked and asked where are you going to go, because the very important thing which black did after taking black the bishop was for the queen to jump in with the queen, and we know that the queen and knight is a crazy combination against the king. It's generally very devastating. So that is the reason in exceptional situation this bishop is not worrying about being exchanged for knight, because there's no time for strategy, boss. Here it's all about just finishing. So bishop b6 is a nice move. King f1 is rejected. Even if you go king e2, still the queen will jump in there. In fact, I am wondering one more thing. Such a move like queen king f1, which doesn't look good, but still, why not queen g3? Oh my god, it's a blunder. Q, yaar. Looks so good. Queen g3 with so many ideas. How come this is a blunder? Can you believe it? Can anyone believe that this move is a blunder? Rakshit says Guki is prepared. They are still following the book. Today is the opening preparation day, I would say. Brilliant opening preparations. I think this darkness has brought some enlightening openings. Also, Vidit's, Vidit, that's what Vidit versus Gukesh. And Anish also looks great. Wow, wow. Many of you are suggesting this idea. Knight e2, counter-attacking the queen, asking where the queen is going to go, because all the squares are literally covered. Just look at this. The only square the queen can go to is b8. Like b8, really? That's what? So that is the reason, white is getting all this time to jump in with tempos. If you take here with the knight, then queen takes, and then this is hanging, and then the queen exchange will happen by force. So that's the reason white would be better. But this was just for us to, have some fun there. What happened in the game after bishop f2? By the way, the right move was to go to d1, go to king d1, and it's still a complex game. But in the game, Ju Wenjun says, no, I don't want to take your bishop. I don't like this whole thing. I am just developing bishop to e6, which means that Pragg should now be very happy. Can we have Pragg on the camera, Pragg's camera? And let's just try to see how is he emoting. So he should be very happy now with knight jumping to c4 and the exchange of the pieces. And then just simply long castle, and with this exchange, as we discussed, takes. If all these exchanges takes place, Pragg has long castle, and this king is going to be weaker than the white's king. So bishop e6 is a slight inaccuracy, we can say, from Ju Wenjun, but it was a tough call. It was a tough call for sure. 44 minutes Ju is having. Pragg is having 1 hour 11 minutes. I believe he should not be taking much time over here, but he can also directly long castle. So let's see what Pragg does. Oh, he brings his knight to c4. There you have Nepo watching the game, but unfortunately, we won't be able to see his expressions in the darkness. Knight c4 on the board by Pragg. Now he knows he's comfortable. I'm sure this is a little bit of a relief for him. Oh, she plays very quickly. So she had a plan in mind. She goes bishop b4 over here. And what's her idea? So basically she says, if you take this knight on a5, I'll take queen a5. And if you long castle, how is this idea of taking here, bishop takes, and queen takes a2? Is this a problem? Right, this is how she's stopping the long castle. But the problem here was not bishop c3. D takes c3. And now if you take queen a2, I would say the position is very hard to assess. Just imagine that white is so clearly better. How would you have assessed, guys? I would not have assessed this as white being so much better without the bar. What would be your assessment? सच बोलो, गीता पे हाथ रख के कसम खाओ और सच बोलो. What would be your assessment in this position? आरुष से इतना एस्थेटिक सेटअप क्यों है वहां? Yes, it is definitely very beautiful. But now that I compare the two halls, both of them are have some pros and cons for sure. But I still like the other one. Because in that hall you get a more, what to say, other people also. It's a lot of variety. The venue is beautiful. For live experience, for sure, this is like amazing hall. Oh, we forgot to discuss E3. I'm so sorry, Devarsh. To remind me, I have to go back. What was the question I asked? I will probably... Come on, you won't resign. Like much better. You like white. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, this would not be very easy, but Jay says bishop c4, queen c4, something threatening. This bishop is attacked, and if bishop goes to d5, then the whole point was that white can exchange this light square bishop and the whole pawn structure can become weak. c4 will come in, the bishop will open up, and it would get very risky. 7th rank will be open. So that is why white is better. So bishop b4 has been played, and Pragg is thinking whether he wants to long castle. I'm sure he won't take here. Why would you call the queen on a5 if you have a choice of directly long castling? So I guess he might go for long castle, or if he wants to wait, then is there any other move? I don't know. But e3, one question I think I had got at this point of time, was it over here? e3 takes, queen takes, e3. Oh please, where was it? I completely forgot. Can you just help me by telling me where the e3, where did you want to play it? Here directly or after taking? Because yeah, I think your idea is if fe3 you wanted to go bishop g3, which was nice, and you can't take queen takes e3. There is this rook e8. And if d takes e3, I don't know what your plan was, but in general for e3, d takes e3 should be working. Ding game. Yeah, while you tell me about e3 at which point, it would be great, and then I would go to other games as well. And also let's have the full view of the tournament hall here, whatever we have. Going to Ding Liren versus Anish Giri, because we left at bishop f5, he played f3 was played, Anish exchanges the bishop. So as expected, we are in knights, all 4 knights on the board. It's going to be a long night. It's already very dark over there, so it's going to be a long night, and maybe a knight of forks. Rook d3 played, knight e6 played. So white to play. Guys, white to play. What is the thematic move you will go for? White to play. Can you guess the move for the world champion? Imagine yourself as a world champion. ये इमेजिनेशन में ही है ना अभी के लिए. All those who are here, unless you are less than 7 years old, then that could become a reality. Himang says Max winning against Parham, a very tough event for Parham. Exactly. But we will also have a look at how the game is going on. Yes, the thematic move would be e4 with the king in the center, trying to break open the center. So that would be a move trying to think. After takes f takes e4, a wonderful center. And if you try to capture knight takes d4 here, winning a pawn, beware, because there is a pin there. So beware. There is a pin there, so beware. That's the whole point. You can't just do that as easily because, oops, this is also hanging. So e4 would be a nice idea. Let's see if Ding goes for e4, but this can get complicated. But Anish is having 1 hour 8 minutes. He knows his preparation. He knows the ideas. So I believe he's trying to work it out on the board now. Of course, he must be out of prep, but when you have prepared and you really know the structure of the position, the concepts, which pieces are good, which pawn breaks are good, all of these things help you to calculate better on the board. Going to Gukesh versus Vidit, because after h4, which was played by Gukesh, g6 was played by Vidit. Gukesh also goes g3, quite a calm move after h4. King goes to g7, king goes to g2. Are copying each other. Now Vidit goes h6 and says, let me just control this square and get the tension out of my mind with knight g5 ideas forever. So he goes knight d2, and white Vidit here makes the move, which is, can you guess? Can you try to guess what Vidit played here? Black to play. By the way, we have right now 14,62,667 subscribers, and we have a very small aim of reaching 700 subscribers in some time. Oh yes. Himang says if Pragg wins today, he will join the lead. That's a nice stats there. Maybe I can also show all of you guys the standings. Are you keen to see the standings today? Oops, these are the pairings, but these are the standings here right now. And I know, how do you say that? Because Gukesh, Anish, and Alireza are on 5, all three of them. Even if one of them wins, then no, I don't think Pragg can go into joint lead. But yeah, he's right there on the second spot. Queen d8. Absolutely true. Queen d8 was played by Vidit here. He goes back with the queen. So this queen is like pura idhar udhar ghoom ke aayi hai, and now it's gone back. What is the idea? Why has he gone back? The idea should be very clear: to exchange the rooks, to bring another rook for exchange, and basically Vidit is saying that let's exchange all the rooks. They will be left with bishop and knight, and if the knights get exchanged, they will be left with opposite colored bishop. Now, if you remember, Anish versus Gukesh was an opposite colored bishop, where Anish played a very interesting game. It was so instructive that he managed to beat Gukesh. But in this scenario, it might not be so easy for Vidit to beat Gukesh with a bishop here, a nice bishop looking at f7. So if that happens, as I am predicting this game, again, I'm taking back my words, and maybe this game is moving towards, going to fizzle out. It's going to fizzle out, I believe. So let's go to Max, who is beating Parham with the black pieces. This is the position. Knight e4 was played. The queens got exchanged. Takes. And Maghsoodloo's king is in the center. There is a fork threatened with knight c2 check after knight e4. So can black not play knight c2? Once again, fork threatened, but it's also his move. And after knight c2, you are in fact winning material. Was there a better move which was missed? Not as much. So what happens for knight c2, king e2, because you're just winning a rook, and the position is that actually black is a rook up without any compensation, is it? If bishop goes to d2, trying to trap the knight, because if I go knight c2, there is rook c1, and then this gives some compensation with bishop c3 and all. So that is the reason you can't do that. And here black needs to push this knight away. So this is the reason knight goes to g3 attacking this. So more powerful move than knight c2 for black is f5 first, because now you don't have bishop c3 as a tempo. And then when the knight moves, knight c2 check. If king e2, knight a1. Now if bishop d2, you don't allow it to convert in the same thing with bishop c3 later, but instead black can go bishop g7 himself, trying to take control of this diagonal. So this is the reason f5 first should be preferred. Yeah, Max is thinking knight e4, and that's why he's not immediately jumping in on this very temptation of the fork and winning the rook. Going back to other games, quick roundup. Northerbeck versus Van Forest here. Northerbeck versus Van Forest. This position, Abdusattorov is just completely winning with 45 minutes more on his time. Bishop d5 played was the last move. He's attacking here. Short castle versus long castle. So there's a big war over there happening. This knight is also eyeing this guy here on d6. Overall, white has a very good position. So Abdusattorov clearly better against Van Forest. If we go to Nepo's game, Nepo is playing with the black pieces today. f3 has been the last move by Wei, and Nepo is thinking whether to take here. Look at the pawn structure. After e takes f3, if you just count the pawns, white is having, oh, some moves in Pragg versus Ju Wenjun. Let's go there. Yeah, this is still complex. We can come back to this a little later. But right now, Pragg versus Ju Wenjun, knight c4, bishop e4. Pragg goes for long castle. So he goes long castle and Ju Wenjun goes knight b7. Wow. Let's just have them on the screen for a while Pragg is thinking. And Gukesh is also thinking, wow, this is such a nice frame. Pragg and Gukesh there. Alireza watching the game. Today Gukesh is not in his blazer. He's wearing a jacket, or is he wearing the jacket over his blazer? Okay, I got it. So the question was here at this point, just to go back, because I had told that we will analyze this move, takes, and e3. With the point was, why not e3? Because if f e3, I think you had bishop g3 in mind, but the problem was d takes e3, and I don't know what you had in mind, because it helps opening up this file. Next move, long castle is the plan, and if you wanted to stop long castle over here, the difference is the queen goes back because you've won a pawn. This pawn also gives a very good shelter over here. So long castle ke baad rook also on the open file. So this should be good for white. And if you maybe not here, sorry, over here, if you want to go f4, actually doesn't matter, yeah, you just ignore and long castle. So that's why it doesn't work. So this, let's come to the current position. After Pragg long castle, Ju Wenjun goes for knight b7. What is her idea? Is to trap the piece. Pragg's piece she wants to trap with knight c5. Of course, I mean, it can be defended, so that is not a worry there. So what is Pragg now? What can Pragg now try to do? Some idea where he stops the opponent's idea, or anything which is like a threat. What are your ideas? Or do you want to just give up this bishop? Can you try to suggest some moves for Pragg? Was that board too small to analyze, by the way? Let's go here and maybe you can try to suggest some moves for Pragg. Anime says knight a4. Oh, so you basically are stopping knight c5, or you're saying, okay, if you come to c5, I would exchange. That's a nice idea. I like it. So knight a4 is one move which Pragg can go for and exchange these knights. When Pragg is exchanging one or two pieces, you can immediately see that his position is improving because he had less space. And the whole important move for all those who had missed at this moment, Pragg made this move b3, which was a novelty, which has not been played before. Whereas in this position, many games have been played before, but he goes b3, which was never played. And here you can really understand the value of that move with the bishop on b2. So nice opening prep by Pragg. Ju Wenjun thinking there. Knight b7. Apart from knight a4, is any move suggested? Harshit says g4. But g4, however, it looks tempting. The problem is, can you not take with the knight? Because knight, if you take with the knight, ooh, computer doesn't like it. But why? Oh, there is a nice move for white. For knight g4, what's the nice move for white? So nice suggestion, Harshit. Yes, Sendil. Also with knight a4, the b2 bishop, you open it up. Manglis, Mehakdeep, Anmol, Poonam. That's correct. F3. You break here. There is a pin there. Very important thing to observe. And if the knight goes back, then you exchange here. Because taking would mean that this file, this bishop, and this king, that is only one word. No, two words. Game over. So you can't do that. So g4 is a nice suggestion. Very active and very tempting in the game. Could happen. Of course, black has a better way to continue, which is fe4, fg4, and try to keep this protected and keep the file closed. After knight e4, how much ever you would want, you don't have f3 so easily. So this would be the interesting continuation for g4. But I like that idea. So Pragg has knight a4. I'm sure he would at least give it a thought to play g4. And there is another interesting move. Did anyone try to suggest? No, not really. a3. Trying to ask this bishop, what are you going to do? Whether are you going to take here? Because if you go back, this knight would be very happy to take the bishop. Or whether you're going to go back. So this is because if you go back to c5, then you are fighting with this knight. The knight wanted to come to c5. Now the bishop has gone to c5. Already knight is jumping to a4. So you are fighting internally. So no need for that. So a3 could be an idea where you kind of provoke bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, and knight c5 attacking this guy here. And now you move this knight towards the king side without at all worrying about knight takes a6 and losing this exchanging of this bishop, because once you have knight here, you also remember that g4 later could be even more powerful. Plus we know all the breaks which white is having in hand. All these breaks are constant pressure for Wenjun. Just the existence of the possibility puts her under pressure for the black king. So knight b7, and Pragg has 59 minutes. They are on 18th move, and I believe in the next 2-3 moves they are going to utilize a lot of time, which means that a heavy time trouble might be on the way. Yes, let's go and quickly check the other matches. By the way, also for challenges today, let's look at the bars because that's what we have. Harika in big trouble against Hans Niemann. There you see minus 2.1. Oh, by the way, we can also have the games. I completely forgot. I just saw that, okay, they are not in the tournament hall, but that doesn't mean that we can't see their games. What's happening? Let me just refresh. is stuck. What? Or the website is slow. I don't know. But we will check the games. But the bar says that Harika in big trouble against Hans Niemann. Divya in slight trouble against Moritzi. And Leon also in slight trouble against Jamie. So in challenges section, we are having a big trouble there for all the three players. Oh, that's not happened before. So it is for all the three players. Not a good sign there. Not a good day. I think without the Masters happening in the same venue, could it have affected? Of course not. Come on. It's not like that. But looking at Vidit's game, Gukesh versus Vidit, where I have been constantly changing my prediction. I don't know about you. What is your prediction, guys, by the way? Queen d8, Queen f3 played by Gukesh, and Vidit goes h5. So I was suggested that we should have a poll for this game because it is hard to, draw, 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 VD, draw. Most of you are also predicting a draw over here. So can they surprise us? We will see. By the way, some moves happening in Prague's game, and that's the game of the day, opening of the day. It was a fried liver attack. उससे याद आया dinner time हो गया है. So fried liver attack is not what we are gonna eat, but h5 played in the game, and Gukesh is thinking over here. So the question is, he's not of course going to take on e8, but then how does he exert more pressure? So how does he improve the pieces, or how does he use the imbalance of the 3 pawn islands versus 2 pawn islands? So these are the questions, because if he goes knight e4, then knight e4, and this position is just a draw. If you want to keep the knights, then let's say if you want to go knight c4 attacking this bishop, the bishop saves itself. And if you go knight e5, this with this bishop with the queen here exerting pressure here, that could be a possibility, because if a bishop takes e5, rook takes e5, and this position might be something where you have to decide whether you want the isolated pawn, but it does look very tempting. So after h5, I think Gukesh has many moves to think about, plus one important move, which is usually, as I say, happens on top level. They know the right time when to push the h pawn or the a pawn. So here is a4 a possibility where it can create threats soon in the future. So that would be another idea. So I think Gukesh is thinking, he's for sure not thinking about any draw or something. By the way, we have the camera on screen. Wonderful there. So amazing. Oh, yes. A moment for. Let me just go full screen and have Vidit and Gukesh on screen. Both of them drinking water at the same time. Let's keep our usual board here. This is a nice angle. Isn't that coffee? Ooh, I'm not sure. I can see the glass, but I don't know if that is coffee. Vidit hasn't even played h5 in the cam. Oh, right. So here we have some... here in the camera, it's a little bit, I think, pehle ka hai, which is okay. But at least we have them on the screen. Sometimes it's good because we see a very good movement and then later we are able to see it in the video as well. Shall we go to the Prag's game, because there moves are happening and it is one of the most important game for today. Just look at this hall once. You can see Nepo over there, Ju Wenjun, Anish walking, Prag walking behind Anish. Oh, Prag is also... No, I think Prag has just got some water there. Oh, they are walking together. Did you see that? Okay, let's go. Let's go and look at Prag's game. Because I think what Ju Wenjun played... Long castle was played. Knight b7. Oh, Prag took the knight. Ooh, how long did he think? 10 minutes. And he takes the knight. Immediately, Ju also takes the bishop. And now, guess Prag's next move. Of course, you can guess. It's not a very difficult move because we were talking about it quite a lot. But still, can you guess? If you've seen, please do not try to write here. But if you've not seen, a good idea it can be to find what Prag played. Yes, Gigi, Jai Mahakal, Dhruvik, Sendel, Utkarsh. Absolutely right. Prag went for this break with f3. He goes f3 right now and asks Ju that, look, I am attacking your pawn. Okay? Takes, takes, knight takes, queen takes. What's your plan? But Ju Wenjun says, I don't need to think much. Isn't it so obvious that I want to bring my rook to e8 on this file there? So she goes rook e8. Yeah. So she goes rook e8 and says that if you take on e4, if I take on e4 back, if you take on e4, if I take on e4, and if you take on queen e4. I thought she said that I have a disco, but actually she doesn't have any disco. This, if you take, there is queen takes. If you go here, there is queen takes. So actually there is no disco. So if this happens, then Prag would be very happy. But the problem is, where did we miss an intermezzo? After fe4, over here there is an intermezzo. Black to play. What's the move? Black to play here. Very quickly, let's try black to play. What's the intermezzo? Let me go and see the chat chess moves क्योंकि बहुत मजा आ रहा है. Look at this. I think this is cool. This is cool because we have a big fight between two moves. It will first feel like, oh my god, there is some notation issue, but there is no notation issue. It's all very clear. The move is bishop c4 and bishop c3. For both the moves, थोड़ा झगड़ा चल रहा है. Very equal. Now 17 people finding which one, guys? Which one is the right one? You are right about the move. One of them is right, but which one? Those who are saying bishop c4, you guys are also working maybe. But those who are saying bishop c3, well done. Benefactor, Anmol, Sendil, Deepika, Mohammed, Karan, Shangpam, Sai Vamsi, Arun and Yogita. That's the move. Nice confusion there, because if you take bishop takes c4, I can capture it back with a check. You forgot this check. That's why I said, if you guys are working on the side, if you guys are having dinner on the side, if you guys are playing video games on the side, so this is the check you will miss. That doesn't work. But the intermezzo, right intermezzo, is to first take on c3, which was the defender of e4, and after bishop takes c3, then you take back the pawn. So this would be a problem. That's why not to take on fe4, and that's the idea of rook e8. Whenever this is taken, there is bishop c3. So Pragg here is thinking what to do. In fact, if he wants to avoid this problem, then he needs to push this bishop away at this point of time with a3, and ask this bishop ki whether if you go back now, then there is a problem, because fe4 you don't have this intermezzo, and I am very happy by winning the pawn. It's not at all a problem. Knight takes e4 as we have calculated. But if Ju Wenjun says no, I can't go back, so if she takes here, bishop takes c3, so here you have the bishop, and this is the position Pragg would be looking forward to, with a safe king, by bringing the rooks on the open files, and by having many ideas in the position. So also this knight can jump here, or knight d6 after bishop takes c3 could be an important threat which you have to watch out for. So Pragg clearly better if he finds a3. If he doesn't find a3, which I don't believe, I think he will find a3. He will find. What do you think? By the way, guys, did anyone check yesterday Wilder and what Anish actually had for dinner? Because he has had a Wilder challenge there. So, did you all find it? Harmit says, love Wilder, great partnership. Arey, kya baat hai? Very nice to get your feedback. Yes, I'm back. There was a slight lag, but I'm back. I'm back. It's okay. Okay, going to the next one. So Pragg, if he finds a3, he's clearly better. If we go to Anish versus Ding Liren, oh, look at this. Ding Liren. There we had asked you a question. Whether Ding will play the move e4. And the world champion goes for this move. He goes e4, strikes in the center. Anish says, okay, I understand. It's not, I don't have much time here. So he goes king f8. And he says, oh, I'll do artificial short castle. So king f8 by Anish. Ding over here plays queen b3 and attacks this pawn now. So Anish simply develops the queen, defends the pawn. Kuch bhi, nothing, nothing to worry there. E takes d5 by Ding. And he's saying that, oh Anish, aren't you losing this pawn? Because if Anish takes, Anish has 1 and 2 and Ding has 1 and 2. So is Anish losing a pawn? A question to you guys. Is Anish losing a pawn? No. Yes. No, he is not losing a pawn. Absolutely. So who all are already, even without going to that position, knight f4, Atharva, Prithvi, Likson, Shang, Shivansh. Well done. You are well aware when there are knights on the board, all we need to take care is the fork. So this knight f4 is always in hand. if you play knight f4 right now, there is a problem. It is a blunder. It doesn't work. And the reason is the rook will move to e3, and you can see there is a big threat. Disco, knight g6 check. You don't have time to win back, because you might think, oh, knight d5 and I'm attacking the guy who is giving a disco, but there is check. Check. No time. So that's why knight f4 not now. So you can first take this pawn with the knight, and if knight d5 is taken, you can take cd5. If now queen d5 is taken, knight f4, queen is attacked, no time to go to e3. So this is the reason Anish is not losing the pawn, but ed5 actually has happened on the board. Why is Anish thinking? Actually, has he? ed5 has not happened in the video, so we'll get to see. Anish will play knight takes d5, because with cd5 he doesn't even need to isolate. With knight d5, a beautiful pawn, there is isolated pawn. So if white doesn't take this knight, then he is in definitely a big trouble. Look at this. 1, 2, 3 isolated pawns, plus this guy here, this guy over here, this guy over here, all attacking pieces for Anish. This rook will come here, so it would get so bad. It's forced to take here on d5, positionally forced to take here. And here is the question, whether Ding can find anything to continue, because this still remains, the isolated pawns remain. Of course, now even Anish has the isolated pawn, but this knight is covering a very nice square and keeping an attack on d4. Maybe Anish might move towards some initiative, because with this idea as an active rook, this rook coming into the game, I believe this is not at all going towards a draw. And this is, oh, we are at this position. This has happened on the board. It's on the board, guys. 58 minutes for Anish, 26 minutes for Ding. They have to make 16 moves. Great preparation. So Anish fighting for initiative here. Going back to Praggnanandhaa versus Ju Wenjun's game, because after rook e8, Praggnanandhaa has still not made a move. He had 54 minutes. 10 minutes he has been thinking should be his next move. Will he find a3? Because if he finds a3, that will be a really good position for Pragg. Let's see what he plays. Quickly going to Gukesh versus Vidit. Oh, look at this. Gukesh does find a4 move, as we were talking about this position where an elite player knows at the right time when to use this. So a4 on the screen. And by the way, we have reached 1462, 695 subscribers, just 5 subscribers away from our goal, while Vidit goes back with the bishop and controls a5. For Pragg, pawn d3. Ju Wenjun drinking coffee or water or tea, not really sure, but she just doesn't get up from the board. That's one thing which we have observed. Very hardly she gets up from the board. Bishop c7, and we will stick with, also let's have a quick look with Max, because he had this fork idea there. Did he go for that? He did go f5. He finds it the best way to take advantage, and now bishop g7 also on the board. So ooh, Max absolutely playing well in this tournament. So let's also check. Nepo was having an advantage. Sorry, Nepo was slightly in trouble, and knight c4, he is slightly in trouble. This pawn is weak. This bishop can at some point open up. f7 can get weak. But Nepo is a great defender. How much ever you are better against him, to actually beat him is not an easy task at all. Let's go to Abdusattorov versus Foreest, because his advantage is increasing. Knight b a6 has been played on the board, and Nodirbek. Wow. Is there a shot here? Guys, can you find a shot? wait a second. How is it working? Oh, he goes 96, but there was a shot here for white. Can you try to think? White to play. Oh, knight. Ah, maybe he still has it after knight d6, queen d6. But okay, anyway, oh here. Bishop b7, absolutely true. Annay, Shobha, Prithvi. Well done. Bishop b7, but I am trying to understand how is it even working, this idea. Because if you go queen b5 check, okay, first of all, why not king to a7 is a question. Did you find this? Because I wasn't finding something for this. What if king a7? Yes, absolutely right. b4 is the move here, attacking this knight there, and super complex. I mean, the engine assesses it as clearly better. I don't think it is so easy to assess. But in the game, Northern has gone for knight takes d6, and then now he's going to jump with the knight to c4, and a5 will be lost. So he's clearly better against Van Forest. Going to Gukesh versus Vidit, we after a4, bishop c7. Gukesh goes for bishop c4. He goes bishop c4, and what he says is, okay, I have a beautiful b file which is an open file because I don't have a pawn there, so I want to bring my rook to b1. And when I bring my rook to b1, let's not forget you have b7 as the base of your pawn chain. Now if you need to move this pawn, then c6 is going to be weakened, and my queen is already there eyeing on the pawn, so you cannot move the b pawn. You cannot move the c pawn because b7 would be weak. So bishop c4 is such a classy move by Gukesh. Completely. And now, wow, look at this thing which Gukesh did. Did you guys realize the idea of the previous move? After h5, actually, when he went a4, he never intended a5, a6. His whole idea was to go bishop c4 and to also control b5 and then later c5. Whoa, what a smart boy. What a smart boy. So bishop c4, queen d7 has been played, and now Gukesh is thinking. But these are the deep ideas which Gukesh, is finding. I mean, of course, everyone at this level is finding. Let's quickly go to Anish's game, because after knight d5, cd5, which we were looking at, after knight d5, cd5, he goes a3, Ding goes a3, and just feels a little safer for the back rank, controls the b4 square. King g7, played by Anish, and now Ding goes for f4 over here. So he also has a clear-cut idea, bringing the rook on the f file. Also is protected h3, so in a way he has freed this rook, but this rook will be overloaded with protecting d4 and h3 at the same time. Doesn't matter, because there is rook f2 and f5 idea, and Ding has a target on f7. So for Anish, he needs to find some target as well. If right now he takes the pawn on f4, then the problem is rook jumps to f2, and in fact white is much happier without the pawn. Material nahi chahiye. It's like this pawn is a liability. It's like you have a car and then you don't drive it, and then you have to take care of it, servicing, petrol, faltu charges, somebody in your society punctures it, so all that basically. So you don't want that. Like that, the pawn on f4 was the problem. So knight takes f4, rook goes to f2, and Anish will have a problem on f7. So not taking there. If you go rook h4, by the way, defending this, Then jumps in the other rook. So the rooks are becoming very powerful with the knight. So f4 played by Anish and played by Ding, and Anish is not going to capture it. Okay, another way for him to control f5 is to bring his own rook here, which keeps an attack on h3 but also keeps a defense on f5. So rook h5 could be a possibility, but rook h4 could be a possibility, winning the pawn with the rook instead of the knight. So this is Anish's position, getting slowly but very, very exciting. Go to Pragg's game. Let's go to Pragg's game. I hope people said that, because normally I don't look at the chat for a while, and then when I look at it, it's like go to Pragg's game. So here we are at Pragg's game. Kamal says, if you're not driving the car, you still have to fill the petrol. Okay, Anand says, what kind of society do you live in? Funny questions there by the chat. Yes, so in Pragg's game, by the way, he doesn't go for a3. 21st move, after 14 minutes of thought, he goes knight to e5. Can we have Pragg on the screen? Oh no, Pragg is not on the screen, by the way. Maybe we can also try to have the full view here. And we might see Pragg walking, but knight e5 played by Pragg. So for sure he saw the move a3 and he rejected it. Let's try to understand what is his direct threat after knight e5. Guys, what are your suggestions for Ju Wenjun here? She has 30 minutes. What are the quick moves, candidate moves for black? Fatafat, can you suggest black to play here? So that just to understand how you are thinking, and then what is very natural for you. I would say many times the moves which you suggest do match. By the way, our subscriber count got stuck. We wanted to reach 700. Have we reached 700? Ooh, yes, we have crossed 700. 14,62,728. Super, क्या बात है? e5, knight g6, bishop d6. All these suggestions, knight h5. Man, now too many suggestions, but after knight e5, knight g6 is, that's your idea. But the question is, what is the move for black we are thinking of? And knight h5 is a very interesting suggestion because it has a direct idea. And what is bishop b3? Bishop b3. Oh, disco. You wanted to do a disco. If a takes b3, then there is rook e5. Nice suggestion. What's the problem here? White to play. Kya hi? Sometimes things backfire, guys. Things backfire. Bishop b3. What's the problem here? All those who are asking where is Sagar, he's sitting in this tournament hall. It's very dark. You won't be able to see him. Ravindra says, this darkness reminds me about my future. I'm getting chat chess moves, but there is some confusion between two moves. And, well, don't be confused because both the moves are right. So, queen c4 and knight e4, that's there. Well done. Shobha, Anmol, Arohi, Neelu, Mr. India, Rishabh, Vedant, Kamal, Vaibhav, and Sendil. So that's the move. Knight takes e4. You have a disco. That's why I said when you are going for a disco, you are backfired here because you are also under a disco. Arey yaar, mouse वापस गायब हो गया. So knight takes e4. The bishop on b2 attacks this guy. Queen c4 check is gonna come next. If f takes e5, there is simple bishop takes e5. All those who said queen c4 first, before that, if king moves, then knight e4. Yeah, that was your plan. Works. Completely works. So knight e5. And Pragg has these little traps. If you take here, then I have nothing to worry. Apart from that, other people who had suggested knight h5, threatening a fork on g3, or even eyeing on this f4 square, that was a very that is also a very nice move. Knight h5, I like the suggestion there. Queen f2, moving the queen seems like a good idea from also dispose here as well. So all the time when bishop e3 will happen, ab3, remember that there is knight e4. So knight e5 played by Pragg, he is definitely comfortable, but knight h5 seems to be a nice idea for Ju Wenjun right now. Let's see. Another idea is sometimes you want to start with attacking here with a5, and you just want to create a break. You then want ideas to sacrifice. So this is also something very natural which Ju Wenjun will think about in the game. Final, I think she could think about is trying to create a path for the rook here by going bishop d5. But I am expecting knight h5 or a5, both the moves at the edge. Has she played? Pragg makes the move. She's played. Oh, no, she goes c5. She doesn't play either of the moves. She's gone c5. Ooh. c5. ब्लंडर नहीं बोल सकता है. ब्लंडर है? Is it a blunder? Why is it a blunder? Hey, all those wanting d3 here, it's not a nice idea, but it's not because of e takes d3. In fact, because then you are happy. Wow, which is very interesting, by the way. But it is just about ignoring this and going knight h5. In fact, it's a possible idea. Wow, good one. But c5, it's not a blunder. Your suggestions are f takes e4, good move. F takes e4. So for black, he has, let's say he goes knight takes e4. And if this knight, which is kind of, it could cause some trouble, it could control some important squares. If this knight is exchanged, knight takes e4, let's say f takes e4, I mean you could take with the queen as well, f takes e4, just count the pawns and try to recollect that Pragg has an extra pawn. 4 against 3. That to 3 isolated pawns. So Pragg is having an extra pawn already. So exchanging pieces many times is going towards his advantage is increasing drastically because of the material imbalance. So takes fe4 in that respect, already bringing the rook to f5, exchanging even further the rooks. Then e4 is weak. So this is a great idea. If knight takes e4 will not be played, and as we had discussed, whenever fe4 happens, bishop c3 as an intermezzo is there. Bishop takes c3, and now knight takes e4 will be played. What is the move that Pragg should play over here? White to play. Can you try to find a good move here? I believe we might reach this position after c5. But only if you find this move. There you have Pragg is back on the board. Maybe we can also have their special camera. Like this angle. Yeah, what's the suggestion here? Bishop b2, rook h3. Did anyone try to suggest? Because I believe this is very tough. I doubt if Pragg can also find this on the board. I really doubt. Rishabh and Vedant have suggested that, but I really doubt that in such a position, how are you going to think of a move like Rook H E1 if that is the move which maintains an advantage? So, firstly, you are not worried about this knight versus bishop exchange because I think what we have learnt is after d takes c3, this rook is the happiest guy, and that's why when you move the other rook, the h rook to e1, you were preparing this rook for the future. So this was like a support. If we go back, if not knight c3, then basically on the open file you have strengthened the e file, and you are asking what black will go for, where for black c4 looks very natural because that's what was her last move, and she will follow up with the idea there. And it does look a little dangerous because look at this, knight takes c4, yeah. If bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, and Pragg is now 2 pawns up. And he says that everything is covered. There is a very beautiful shelter. It's like a villa there for my king. I'm not at all worried. So he's not worried about this bluff moves like c4. So rook h1. How difficult is that? Because if you move, for example, we'll try the same thing with this other rook to d1. The first question is now without the rook on d1, knight c3 could be possible. Yeah. Oh, and the other thing is I've made a blunder. I have made a blunder. Did you spot the blunder? What I made? पार से दीदी एक लाइव बोर्ड साइड में लगा दिया करो, जो नया ज्वाइन करता है उसे कुछ समझ नहीं आता है. नया ज्वाइन किया तो हाँ, but you'll get immersed. But I'll tell you, I'll give a roundup every few hours. But live board पे I keep moving. No, which live board to focus on? Exactly, knight g3 was a blunder I made where it's a fork, and when there are knights, there's obviously a fork. So that is one reason why Pragg will think of moving the rook, and that's why he will think of having two options, which is rook f1 and rook e1. These are the two very natural options. And rook, why not rook f1? Because it's on the f file, but then there is knight g3 again, so you don't really save it. So considering the whole thing, if you just look at simply avoiding the idea of knight g3, then you will find rook e1 after elimination, which means that Pragg will actually find us. Guys, all those are joining right now. Last move was c5 by Ju Wenjun, and she has basically added a support to e4, and she's also preparing, keeping in hand the c4 ideas. So Pragg thinking here what to do. We were looking at a3 number of times previously, which was a good idea, but now it's a little late to go for a3. Okay, Pragg is thinking. Quickly, let's go to Vidit's game. After bishop c4, queen d7, Gukesh goes queen d3. And what is he saying? Oh, queen d7, wanted to go b5 later, but with queen d3, even b5 is controlled. So rooks getting exchanged. I think after rook e1, rook e8 is definitely going to happen very quickly by Vidit. He's going to challenge. Can we have Vidit on the board? There we can see him, but on the full screen, we're losing his camera in between, so we don't have their close up right now. But yes, rook e8 has been played quickly as expected. Going to Anish's game because I really find this game super interesting. After f4, rook h5, rook f2 was played, rook f5 was played by Anish. He says, no, I am the bottleneck, you can't go f5. Now rook d1 is played, which the computer doesn't like here. Over here, the computer doesn't like this move, rook d1. Of course, if you look at the position, it's much harder for white to play because of isolated pawns, as we were discussing. and because of black's you know exactly pieces attacking those pawns, so the activity is more with black. Now after rook d1, what has Anish gone for? He went, can he take this slight advantage would be a question. Also a question is, did Ding have the possibility to take here, or after knight f4 the same problem? Yeah, it's still a fork and there's not much here. So no tactics happening. So rook d1 played. Anish goes rook d8 and defends this move, this pawn, and king a2 by Ding. But the bar didn't like, so I'm just wondering, did Anish have anything here to put pressure on Ding? Did Anish miss anything to put pressure on Ding? So was there a lag? Very sorry for that, because I think it should be back and everything should be fine. Just refresh. Yeah, just a very minute lag, but it's all okay. So what you're saying is one rook is attacking f4, one rook is attacking h3, and you are saying that you don't want to be a defender, so d5 pawn jane do, kind of. But the queen which is protecting h3, what you are saying is, if you take queen takes d5 right now, still the same problem. After rook d1, knight f4 may not be a problem because there is no fork. After knight f4 there is no fork, you see. But there is rook f4 here, which is happening. After rook takes f4, you still bring knight to f4, and the h3 pawn is completely in some big problem when the queen moves. But the question is, if I go queen e4, and if I take here, and now if I go rook f1, attacking f7, because that looks scary. The good thing is the knight jumps back, defends f7, attacks the queen there, and black should be able to be hold this pawn up. Going back, that's why after rook h8, how was Ding going to continue was the question with this pressure on h. But Anish did not want to get into all these positions of giving up the d5 pawn, so he simply goes rook d8, and after king a2, they are thinking what is to be done. Will Anish go rook h8 now, or will he play safe, or will he move a pawn here, a little bit here and there? Will he go queen h4 as was suggested by some of you people there? Queen h4, it's possible. So let's wait and watch. While Gukesh and Vidit, they have exchanged both the rooks. So rook e8, queen e8. Maybe my prediction is going on, but the knight is going to jump into f3. Is the knight going to jump into g5 now that there is no pawn on h6? And is f7 going to become a big target? That is a real question, because for black, he cannot really do the same with this bishop, because there is this beautiful granite. You see, oops, not this one. There is this beautiful granite. So that is something, a dream for black, which is not coming true. But for white, this is very, very possible. So Gukesh will, I think, try to exert pressure on with it, at least as of now. Let's quickly go to, oh, by the way, we have a result. Northerberg has beaten Van Forest. So that's the first result of the day in this new venue. We also have Maghsoodloo under big trouble. So a very tough event going for Maghsoodloo over here. And Praggnanandhaa, after, oh, he finds it. He goes 95 c5. But he goes rook h1 directly without taking. But that's also a good move. Rook h1. A nice move by Pragg. Now you see 1, 2, 3 and 4 attackers on the e4 guy. Whereas 1, 2 and 3 defenders. So right now Pragg is threatening to win the pawn there on e4. So this is Pragg's position. 32 minutes for him. 21 minutes for Ju Wenjun. And she will have to make 18 moves. So Ju Wenjun slowly moving towards time pressure. Also, if we quickly look at challengers, now that we have the games, because our guys are in trouble. Harika is playing with Hans Niemann, and just look at this position. Her king is completely under big trouble. Last move of Hans was f5, and looks very scary on the king side. So Harika is losing to Hans Niemann. What about Leon? Leon with the white pieces. Ah, Leon is white, so that's a good thing. He is having a better position. His last move was f3 there, but there is attack, and it doesn't seem as easy as it looks. So the evaluation could change. And Divya with the black pieces is also in some kind of a trouble. She's playing against a double bishop advantage. Plus her a3 pawn is weak. Her c6 pawn is weak. Of course, she has this b4 as a target, but c6 is very very weak, and against this double bishop looks very risky. So Divya under some trouble. Let's quickly move back to Praggnanandha's game. Rook h7 has been played, no move yet. Gukesh also after queen e8, no move yet. Anish has jumped to h4, queen to h4. That is happening on the board, and there Gukesh makes the move. 1 second. Oh, look at what Gukesh plays. He goes king f1, stops queen e1 in that way, and now you see this queen on e8 has literally no entry. It's a showpiece, a full open file, but no entry. For sure, Gukesh is ready to play a long endgame. Rakshit says VD will remain undefeated in this tournament. That's a very powerful guess, Rakshit. Let's see. And Nadir Bhai has gained 12 yellow points in this tournament. Wonderful. Well, I'll have a full board for now. And which position do you want on the board? I'll just quickly go and get some food. Let's have Pragg's position on the board while I come back, and maybe some music. And guys, moves are happening on the board. E takes f3, played by Ju Wenjun, which is not the best idea, but a very difficult position here to find good moves for black already. It's practically a big trouble for Ju Wenjun. She takes the pawn there, and Pragg is thinking right now whether to take with the pawn or whether to take with the queen. I think the board is pretty big enough, right? Good size. With it blundered. Are you serious? Kuch bhi. King f1, queen e7. All under control. Oh, Anish and Ding ended in a draw. Let's have a look at their game. Actually, wait, their camera. Oh, there we go. Wow. Maybe we can have a full screen. Getting the full screen for Anish. Final moments with the world champion. That would be nice. ये क्यों चला गया यार? हाँ, गेम ड्रॉ हुआ इसके लिए. As these are the final moments, Anish versus Ding. The game is going to end in a draw. Queen h4. Did they make very quick moves later or what? Because after queen h4, they played a lot of moves. Pragg completely winning. Okay, I think we won't be able to see this. Let's just go back to Pragg's game. Oh, he took with the G pawn. Yeah, there we have both of them on the screen. He takes with the G pawn, opens the file. What's the counterplay with Ju Wenjun here? Knight h5 is one move which we were looking at again and again, but now the G file is open. So it's not making that much of an impact there. And look at Pragg's king, no? It's so safe. The bishop on b2, the b3 novelty. Which player does the b3 move remind you of? Which player does the b3 move remind you of? Come on, guys. The beast. The beast. Exactly. Did Adiban help Pragg to prepare? That would be the joke. But amazing prep yeah, by Praggnanandhaa, because I think practically Ju Wenjun really got into big trouble. It was a very tough position to find good moves continuously back to back. That too against a player like. Of course, the game is not yet over and it's not even very close to finish. I think they are going to make It's gonna get into heavy time pressure. How much time? Oh, 10 minutes for Ju Wenjun, like we predicted. Harika has lost with Hans Niemann. Yeah, if you look at the bars, we have a lot of update over there. Yes, Rashid, thanks for reminding me. I think today it took a little bit of time initially to settle in with the new venue and the new, some cameras I just couldn't get them and all, but should be fine. I'm eating egg curry. So do bear with me for 5 minutes. Should I switch off the camera? That's why I'm going to go for full screen here. Oops, wait a second. Yep. Today they have arranged for a new venue, and it's an auditorium there. So actually, where you see it's very dark, there are actually people sitting there watching the games. And I believe many of our some people at least to see the tournament, and it's a nice feel. It's a beautiful hall, wonderful spotlights there. By the way, Ju Wenjun goes for after ef3 h5, the move which we were thinking and expecting that it's gonna happen. But you can see her body language. It's something to understand that here she knows that she's in trouble. My internet is connected actually. I don't know. Is it lagging for you? It's connected with the LAN, so I really don't know. Oh, Shashank says it's. Okay, I'm just having dinner for a few moments and then I'll try to check while having dinner. Changing it to Wi-Fi. So let's see if that works. Okay, I've now changed it to Wi-Fi. Just see if it is fine, because if it is not, at least I'll switch it back again. So while having dinner वो भी हो जाएगा, पता चलेगा which internet is better. It's very funny that it happens at 9:30 to 10:30. And very critical time for us. By the way, Prag has made an important move. Rook G1. And I'm back. I hope there is no lag, but after Rook G1, C4 was played by Ju Wenjun. This is why she had gone C5, but this plan is not as impactful. Pragg quickly captures the pawn with the knight. This is very important to notice that all the time the queen can capture back. There is really no worry about the disco. Extremely important. Pragg is now 2 pawns up. If you count the material, he has 6 pawns, and Ju Wenjun has 4 pawns, so he's 2 pawns up. A very safe king there. Generally for the pawns, you have open files, but if you look at the C file, if at all over here, it is so well guarded, so there doesn't seem any counterplay, and to open another file is also very slow. So look at the bishop now. This was the dream White had, Pragg had, and it's happening on the board. On the 10th move, his novelty of b3 has blessed him beautifully in this position. So knight c4, what is Ju Wenjun with 7 minutes going to do, because she has to make 15 moves in a very bad position against this brilliant guy Praggnanandhaa. It's all over, guys. If that sense, it's all over. It's not easy. And very quickly we'll check other game as well. While yes, it does look again and again that Pragg is looking at the stars, yeah? It does look like that. Or he's really mesmerized with the lights there. It's beautiful, for sure. Or maybe they always look like that, but we did not observe it as much. Let's quickly go to Gukesh versus Vidit's game, because after King F1, Queen E7 was played by Vidit. Gukesh goes Bishop B3, and now Vidit went A6 over here. So what is Vidit's idea here? Is he preparing for B5 in the future? Is he keeping his pawn defended? Let's try to understand. Queen F3 played by Gukesh now. And important to notice is, though the position is equal, and though we were looking at the F7 pawn over here, with bishop, with the queen, and the possibility of the knight coming either here or here, important to notice is that even Gukesh is having weaknesses. This is the base of the conscience, so this pawn islands could become weak, so he will have to be careful. That's the important point. He will have to be careful. Queen F3, Gukesh is trying to, create counterplay against this pawn. Quickly, let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game, because after knight c4, Ju Wenjun is thinking. She is down to 5 minutes, and what is the counterplay she has? What is the threat that Pragg has? That's also important, because Rook G7 is defended with this knight, so that's not possible. Oh, she goes Queen E7. Queen E7, and for Pragg, he has number of ways to continue, because last he took the pawn. He could say, okay, I want to go back to E5, but then you love this bishop here and you would like that nobody is in its way. So a natural move which does come to my mind is, can you go knight a4 and open up the bishop? Which is, I mean, I have not blundered, so that's important that it is possible. But what are your ideas for Pragg? For Pragg? Oh, by the way, look at this. This is nice. What a slip of tongue. What's your idea for Pragg? And Pragg now being sponsored by Adani. That sounds so funny. Also, all those people who really waited patiently while I had a quick dinner. So thank you so much. I knew it was time pressure, but I just couldn't manage like Sagar does. So very sorry for that. A3 is the move suggested by many of you, and I like that move, A3. But what's your plan? If bishop takes A3, that is knight, so it's not hanging. So if bishop takes C3, then you are very happy with this. Hey, still, Queen C4 is a check, which is important. You don't have time for Queen A3. Once again, this check is very irritating. And what if black goes back to C5, let's say? If you go to C5, oh, now I know. This is a nice idea. You see, suddenly, this pawn, which is not moved for 25 moves. Oh, we have a result incoming. Gukesh drew. Oh, let's just try to look at the full tournament hall. Oh, there, it's done. It's done. It's over. You can see Gukesh and Anish, they were playing on those two boards over there. So that's over. By the way, if this tournament is in The Hague, then Anish lives in this in the Hague. So that means, would he have gone to his house yesterday or not? Not sure. But for Pragg, do you like this angle more, guys, or do you like this angle more? Which angle do you like more? And we have Harish Kumar, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey Sagar, Max has blundered. It's like Max blunder. Let's look at it. Second one. मतलब वो not this one, yeah, the other one. Oh, ठीक है, फिर तो clear हो गया ना. If you like that one more, Pragg face angle. The close angle. ठीक है. So this one. Basically you are saying this one. I got it. I got it. We'll have this angle beach mein, so no worries about that. And okay, I don't think I can have myself here. I'll just disappear myself. Quickly going to the game. Queen e7 has been played. So this is the point which we are talking about. d4 incoming. Now Pragg proving that he is 2 pawns up. And not just that, but this, look at this guy. It's just unstoppable. With this, with this knight, and with d5 and with bishop, this is over. So queen e7 has been played. So today I think Pragg will be having a decisive game. Abdusattorov has won and Max has made a blunder. Oh, really lost his advantage so massively. Rook a3 he played. It's a nice spin there. Knight e4 and he took the pawn. Knight went to f6 and he took rook takes e3, which was a mistake. He actually just had to go rook d8 or even rook e7 was not so bad. But he had to defend there. He did not do that because maybe he was not liking a move like knight at 7 where these pawns are going to roll. So that's why maybe he took on e3. So rook takes e3, f takes e3 and now he takes on h2. But yeah, this is not just settled in, but not sure. There is still going to be a race actually, and anything can happen in this game. Wei versus Nepo. Wei actually going towards beating Nepo. He's having a huge advantage. The pawns are equal, but this f7 once again, big pressure here on f7. F file is also open, so in general b6 is weak. These pawns could become dangerous. So Wei having a clearly better position. Pragg versus Ju Wenjun. I think the most critical game for now. Queen e7 and Pragg going down to 21 minutes from 27 minutes. He is thinking whether to go a3 or does he have anything else, because you cannot really think of doubling. There is a fork there. What else can you think of? A3 is a very natural idea. Going back to where you were is a natural idea. No, f4 is not good. Or if you go f4, look at this, because you are attacking this knight, and if knight takes f4 right now, it's still nothing. I mean, the computer likes it, but I would never go for a move like f4 if not needed to go. But maybe I'm wrong. Let's see if Pragg has anything there in mind. But we have also reached 14,62,766 subscribers, and our aim is to reach 800, a very small aim. So let's go for that as well. While Pragg is thinking. Harish Kumar Super Chat says, best wishes from Chess Edify. Oh, Harish, thank you so much. To you as well. Sasuke says, you know you are dead when Prag starts twerking on chair. Shouldn't have. Yes, all those. Today is a beautiful hall, very different hall, and this is how it looks when the chessboard is on the spotlight. How do you like the chessboard spotlight that's, just focusing on chess? And there's this whole audience there. So if you are in Netherlands, you should definitely visit this place. I don't know, as I had asked in the chat and then I forgot to read the chat. But if tomorrow the tournament hall is going to be the same, look at Ju Wenjun. She's not happy. Her body language is saying that very directly. Queen E7 played. If Pragg wins, he joins leaderboard. Now we can say that, because if I very quickly must show you the leaderboard. Gukesh is drawn, so 5.5. Anish draw 5.5. No, Alireza, what's the state? What about Alireza? Alireza is playing with Donchenko, and Alireza is black. Alireza is in trouble with his king. So if Alireza doesn't win, then yes, Pragg will join the leaderboard. But if Alireza manages to somehow win this, then I doubt. But we should stick here at Pragg's board, because he's been taking a lot of time, 18 minutes, but he knows that he's winning. I would say that at this point of time, he's definitely assessing this as winning, being 2 pawns up and such a comfortable position, for sure. Thank you, troll. Canada, candidates. All the candidates right now are very lucky that candidates is happening there. What is the move number for Pragg? It is 25th move. So, no, now for him 26. 15 more moves to be done. So, Ju Wenjun has to make in 1 minute 3 moves. Nepo is in trouble against Wijk. Pragg makes the move. Oh, he plays A3. Good move there. He finds the best move. Even if you're having a good position, still finding the best move is always a task. So A3 there. A choice again. When there is a choice, what is to be done? But I guess here Ju Wenjun would have considered this and will play bishop c3, not taking too much time here. But still a choice. You still have put her in decision making. No. She says, no, I have made my decision while you were thinking. Takes on c3. Bishop takes c3. What did he take with? Bishop. Yeah. Now, even if you can take with the pawn, but why shall he? Why shall he? When he can take with the bishop when the rook is here. So, bishop takes c3. Yes, absolutely. Pragg is moving towards the leaderboard. Now, Ju Wenjun grabs the pawn on h4, queen h4, completely fearless. She's like, I don't care. How has she managed to grab this pawn without worrying about these files there? So what is Pragg to do now? Can he try to exert more pressure on g7? What's the move which can exert more pressure on g7, guys? White to play, Pragg to play. Shashank says, full screen please, such a beautiful venue. Exactly, Shashank, I would also love to do that, but many people while analyzing want the chessboard. Sandeep says, I really feel for Divya. Do want her to make a GM now. Yeah, that would be amazing, because I agree it's not just about the result, but the kind of games you manage to beat such opponents with aggressive chess, with sacrifices. It's not so easy to do it in such a strong event. So completely agree with you, Sandeep. Thank you for your super chat. Queen e5. There you go. Queen e5. Exerting more pressure. Rook g7 is the threat. Checkmating the black king. How is black going to defend for queen e5 is a big question. Do you want to go knight back to f6? But whatever you do, tell me something. How are you going to stop knight d6 the next move? So yeah, Pragg will go queen. Who's there? Yeah, queen e5. Can we just look at his full screen? Because can we have both Pragg's screen? Maybe should I try? Wait a second. I can be a little more creative. No, not yet, but maybe. Let's stay here. I was trying to bring both the screens because that would be nice, right? There he goes. He finds Queen E5, the best move. How much ever you have a great position, but still when you make those moves which you guys are guessing here, which are natural, which are exerting pressure on the um, right weaknesses, it feels great. Don't you think so? And Pragg, absolutely looking in the air. I don't think usually he looks so much at the sky, that angle. Wait, I was just trying to. His camera is gone. Okay, got it. Will I have this angle? It's okay. Queen E5 found on the board. Big board, big board. Exactly. Look, if I go to the small board, then everyone wants the big board. And if I go to here, then everyone wants there. Basically, grass is greener on the other side. So let's 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 actually enjoy this green right now. Queen E5. Pragg is winning this eyes closed. I think the kind of player like Ju Wenjun has been in this tournament, she has been fighting very hard and she has made it very difficult for her opponent. So the style in which Pragg is managing to beat her is amazing. It's beautiful. Enjoyed the game truly. Coming with a novelty on 10th move, fried liver attack, then just very calmly being material up, one pawn up, then two pawns up. It's nice. How is f4? Asks Ishwar. White to play, guys. As Queen E5 had the idea for all the new players and all those who have not thought at all joining new. White to play, finish it off. Rakshit says if Pragg wins this, he will go to number one again. India number live ratings. I think it's such a seesaw, right? Now I think we'll also lose the track of it. Yes. Ooh, the answer's coming very fast. Rook G7 there. Jayan, Shaggy, Franco, Pilot, Nafis, Persevere, Sayandeep, Jashwant, Kathiresan, and Kandi. You all are right. Rook G7 would finish the game if takes, Queen takes, and if this, then a beautiful disco Rook G8 double check. So takes, it's a little long mate, but it is a mate. There is the mate. So Queen E5 played by Pragg, threatening mate in 5. Mate in 5. Pragg is enjoying the stars. Yeah, now I definitely think so. And while they're not making the moves, I think we should have the full screen. Also, we have reached 775 subscribers, so we might aim at 800 subscribers. We not have the front cameras today, but yeah, but they're not. I think this one is better. Though I am trying to add both, but right now we don't have it. Nepo is also playing there. You can see with Wei, by the way, and Alireza is playing. So Alireza's game is very important from the leaderboard perspective because if Alireza wins, he will be the sole leader. He's on 5 because Gukesh and Anish, both of them on 5, they drew. If Alireza wins, he would be the only player to go to 6 points. But the point is, if we go back to the main screen, Alireza is not winning. It's 29th move. Alireza has 4 minutes. Bishop d3 was his last move, trying to exchange this active piece. And here, White actually he's brought Donchenko in a situation where Donchenko must find the next move. Oh, by the way, Wenjun made a. What did she play? Queen e5. She goes back to e7. Queen e7 played, stopping rook g, defending g7, and now rook g7 is not happening. But knight t6 seems very very interesting. Oh, there's another nice move. Are you winning more material or what? Not exactly. What are your candidate moves here? Rook d e1. Yeah, you want the open file. Makes sense. Nice one. Bishop b4. Oof. You want to win material. You know, right now, the value of this exchange is far less than the pressure on this point. So, as of now, material के पीछे मत जाओ. That's the point. But of course, I mean, he's still winning. What else? Rook g6. Ah, you want to double the rooks over here with rook g6. Got it. Only problem. What's the only problem here? After rook g6. Yes, I got the idea of rook g6, but what's the problem for rook g6? Yes, Itachi, Mohammad, Sahil. And that's the right move. Right now, you're gonna take this knight and you are going to offer the queen exchange. You can't take here, that would be a blunder because you lose the piece of takes, rook takes. So that's the reason you will have to take queen takes c7, rook takes c7, and now b takes c4. Even if you count the number of pawns, 3, 4, 5, 5 pawns versus 4 pawns, but you're a pawn up. But still, you had such a beautiful position, great advantage. Why are you settling for something else, something less? You can score 100 out of 100 in mathematics. Why do you want 60? Yes, he goes rook d1. That's a nice move, bringing your last piece in activity. How much of a better position you have, and he's found this move, rook on rook to e1. Great move by Pragg. Now if bishop takes c4 happens, then it's a different thing. Rook takes c7. It's nothing to do with b takes c4. So you're pinning the queen. For black, it's hard to find a move. करे तो क्या? Oh, lag, huh? Oh, I think it's all okay. It's okay, at least for my end. Anyway, Ju Wenjun has made the move, guys. She has gone Queen D7. Oh, she doesn't have much time. Look at her time. Queen D7, knight jumps to D6, rook goes to E7. Yes, but the other one is not there, Shashank, right now. I don't have I mean, it's gone, so don't have it. Queen goes to H2, exactly. Wonderful move by Pragg. 1 minute for Ju Wenjun. Now this is attacked. There is a pin, so H6 is attacked. All over. This is over. 31st move. Can't save it anymore. If you move their knight back, queen takes H6, time to resign. If you go bishop f7, then you take, and then you lose the f5 pawn. Still time to resign because that would be the third pawn. He went back knight f6. Pragg will chop the pawn on h6 as Sagar says. Queen takes h6. Wins the third pawn. What a clean game. And by if winning this, because Alireza, is he still playing? Yes, Alireza is still playing. Pragg moving towards maybe the leaderboard. She takes the knight, queen takes d6, but now bishop takes f6. I guess a resignation now. Let's just look at the full screen. She resigns. What a brilliant game by Pragg. Very smooth. Amazing novelty in the opening. And he beats Ju Wenjun, who has been giving some extraordinary fight to everybody in this tournament. But today, she couldn't manage to withstand the pressure by Praggnanandhaa. There, Pragg arranges the board pieces and now still looking up. The calculations all done, but still looking up there. There is something there. Maybe it's a screen. Yeah, now I get it. There must be a screen there. See, he must be looking at other games. It's not like he's looking at the stars and all that. Pragg doesn't care about stars and moon and sun and all that. He just cares about chess. So I believe now the mystery is solved. He was looking at the screen with the games. By the way, now everything depends on Alireza's game, because if Alireza doesn't manage to win, there is going to be so many people leading the event. It would become so crazy. Can we have him on the board? What's his board number? First. Let's see if we have him. Oh, yes, we do have them on the screen. So Alireza is going on and Nepo is going on. And even Max, 4, code number 4. Okay, there you go. 31st move, rook e1. Big time pressure to Alireza. 9 moves to be made, but he has 3 minutes. Maybe not as big as I thought. After rook e1 check, is the king in any danger? Of course, he will go to king h2. So rook c5 was found at this moment when it was very critical. Queen went back, and now he took on g4. Rook e1 check was given, and king h2. So Alireza is a pawn down. If you see, he lost this bishop g4. This pawn he lost. Plus, there's all pressure on h6 here. This rook is beautifully placed. This knight is tied down over here. And you would love to give this check because it's a checkmate. But for that, you need the queen somewhere. Here, actually not somewhere. The only square which it can be there. Everything else is controlled. So that's the only square. And to reach here seems impossible. So king h2, and Alireza is trying to think of counterplay, what to do. But another idea for Alireza, imagine if this file was open, that check also would have been little dangerous, though not a checkmate. You have this, but would be dangerous. So what does he play? Rebuttal nikalo yaar. Guys, I'm gonna shift the connection right now to normal one. So, or if there is no lag, then just confirm. I don't need to do that. Rookie one. Everyone who is joining late is coming up with one question. Why is it dark? I think today when I go to sleep and I switch off the lights, that's all I'm going to remember. Why is it dark? Why is it dark? No lag. Okay, then I'm not shifting. Thanks a lot. No lag. Also, guys, look at the bars over there. We have some updated results. All those who are joining late with the bars, amazingly you will get to know what's going on. And Leon's position is kind of swinging. Sometimes he's better, sometimes he's in trouble, but Prag's game was the game of the day for all those who joined late. By the way, why is Donchenko not making a move yet? Because knight f1 is a big blunder. Knight f1 is a big blunder, but it's rook f1. No, whatever analysis here, nothing. Oh, rook e1 check has not been given in the camera. That's where. But on leeches, at least he's thinking. So why is he thinking? This is your only move, Donchenko. What are you thinking? Hello? Let's go to Max game because Max is having slight better. He was playing an amazing game. He was clearly better. After a5, there is a race going on and Max is still going to try with the bishop, knowing that rook and bishop is a better combination against rook and knight. The only thing is these 3 pawns, the knight in the center. It's not easy, but black is better. Nepo with the black pieces. Nepo with the black pieces. He's gone rook d8 last move. But now f7 is losing. The question is, you have bishop f7, you have knight f7. Knight f7 looks more natural, right? Attacking this. You go rook e8 and okay, this is also better. But seems like bishop f7 is the strongest and to collect these pawns also later. So rook d8. So Nepo in big trouble. So everything on Alireza right now. Rook e1 check has been given, and why is Donchenko thinking? Because he's down to 3 minutes. Are we missing something? Because the other move to think about is only knight f1. And I have no idea why he's thinking. Or is it an error? We have the full screen here. So let's try to see. Yeah, here we go. The full screen. Rook e1 check is still not given, so video is very much behind, but wondering what's happening. No lag, I get it. Thank you. Gyanab comes with an interesting point. Is it dark to predict signals from spectators? Is there some alleged... No, 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 nothing, Gyanab. This is just a beautiful tournament hall and it's not as dark as it looks to us. Yes, he goes King H2 and Alireza quickly goes H5 there. Because as we were talking about opening the H5, this king could be in danger. It's not as dark. It's in the camera, it's dark. But after Bishop F3, which was played, Donchenko does not even care about this pawn. He goes back because if he would have played Bishop H5, oops, I'm so sorry. It's a blunder. There's also this knight. I completely missed it. So Bishop F3, he goes back, but Alireza goes Rook H6 over here, which is a very bad move. But for what reason? Why is it such a big blunder? Guys, can you find a move for white? Alireza has gone Rook H6, defended this knight. This is defended anyway. But he still doesn't have any direct idea to take advantage of the king on H2. His pieces, look at the pieces, they are so scattered. कुछ भी नहीं है, like there's no coordination there amongst each other. So Rook H6 has been played, and why is it such a big mistake? Yes, Rook C7. Nice. So Rook C7, you have pinned this knight. And for Alireza to find some ideas, let's say the knight is pinned. Okay, that gives a hint. Let's say Alireza goes Queen E6. While we are talking about Queen on A1, he also has this idea with Queen on E1 and trying. But here comes a solid move. Solid move. Video बहुत पीछे का है यार. But what is a solid move, guys? Solid. Not the positional wala solid. It's like really solid. How do I make you understand? And we are 10 subscribers away from... Oops. We are 7 subscribers away from 800. That's the goal. Queen G5. Rook H5. नहीं, Rook H5 तो नहीं. But the solid move over here. Oh, Jeet Shah, Kshitij. You guys have found it. It's G4. G4 is the solid move. There is a pin here also. You cannot take with the pawn. And if you take knight takes, bishop takes, once again you cannot take with the pawn. So G4 is such a solid idea with the threat of G5. Very convincing, very forcing. So Rook H7 played. So that's why he realizes Rook H6 was such a bad idea. He goes back because of this whole problem. Rook C7 found by Donchenko, by the way. So Rook H7 now, and Alireza is losing. That means that Praggnanandhaa will be joining the leaderboard. And guys, do like the stream. Not just the stream, but also check out. Also check out this wilder.com, wilder.chessbase.in, because we have some free gifts over there and some amazing challenges here. Day 1, Divyaka's photo you can see. Oh, some beautiful improvements here by Rakshit. And these are the contests which we had. Daily caption challenge, this was a day 5. And here we had day 6, Pragg and Leon. Football match, it seems. Anish with it. Day 8, you can see Aline Rubers there, Harika. And that was a very cute photo of day 9 caption and the crowd. And here once again Anish. Day 10. Wow, who's that? Who's that guy? And Vidit for day 18 again, Anish. So yeah, no, this is the 18-day dinner challenge. So do check that out. It's a wonderful Wonderful app. Rook h7 in the meantime, played by Alireza. Donchenko goes bishop h5. 47 seconds with Firouzja. Where's the camera gone? Yes, it's back there. 45 seconds. 5 moves. It's over, no? 2 pawns down. Yeah, it's over. He resigns. After bishop h5, Alireza has resigned. Great result for Donchenko. A big upset. Of course, he's a very strong player, but this is a great result for him. Let's have a look at the full camera. At which point... is rook c7 played? Not yet. So maybe in 2 minutes we'll get to see what happens there. But Alireza's game is over. So now, oh, even Nepo has lost. So only last game going on. Max versus Parham. And in challengers, by the way, did we have results? Yeah, Harika lost. Divya is playing. Divya is playing with the black pieces. She's fighting. It's the same colored bishop endgame, but she's a pawn down after e4 has been played. White's king is amazing. White's pieces are very good. So Divya in trouble. It's very hard to fight this position. But she will keep trying for sure. Leon with the white pieces has reached this position with 2 pieces for a rook and 2 pawns. Both of them. Though this is a passer, it's very beautifully blocked. But this pawn once can be attacked. How do you defend it? Knight c3, then king f5, king g3, king e5. Ooh, king e5 is a blunder. Oh, no, that's not a mate. Ah, look at this, king g4 with the idea of, wow, this is so nice. With the idea of f4, mate. That's a checkmate. Beautiful blunder. Love it. Okay, so bishop e3 has been played and Leon has some chances. Let's see how Santosh will go ahead with. And Divya, does she have any chances to hold this? Bishop c7 has been played. This is attacked right now. But rook a2 can come and then king c5 is there. e5 is there, you know, stopping bishop d6. Slow and steady. It's slow and steady. It's not so easy. Let's go to Max game because the game is very interesting, but they just finished 46 moves. King d2 has been played. Standings you want to see? Let's go. Here we have, but maybe I'll get the updated standings as well. These were the pre-round standings. And now I will try to get the updated standings for the Masters. Yep, there you go. Yeah. So Anish, Abdusattorov, Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa on 5.5 out of 9. 4 people on 5.5 out of 9. Vidit on 5. Then we have Wijk on 5. He's like 9. All the score of with 9, their games are over. Max is on 4 out of 8 and Max versus Maghsoodloo is happening. Maghsoodloo was already in danger. But maybe he saves his position. Who knows? So we're looking at that. But it doesn't impact the leaderboard in any way. If wins, he still joins Vidit, Wijk and Firouzja on 5 points out of 9. But the leaderboard is sure. Anish, Gukesh, Pragg, Beg. And tomorrow we will be having Pragg versus... Oof. Tomorrow we are having... Oh, Pragg versus, I think Gukesh played with whom today? Why am I forgetting? Yeah, here we have. Here we have the pairing itself directly. So tomorrow we are having Vidit versus Pragg. Yeah, Vidit versus Pragg, Donchenko versus Gukesh. Donchenko today beat Alireza. Cannot be underestimated. And Nepo versus Ding. Ooh, World Championship match. And Firouzja versus Anish. So all important games, very important games. There we have the full tournament hall. Yeah, Santosh, because we used to saying Santosh and Vidit Santosh again and again, it does happen. I agree with you. आज सभी मैच जल्दी हो गए ज्ञानेश्वर. Yes, I think today in comparison for Masters, the games ended before 40 moves, which is pretty unlikely. It's not happened before. But Pragg versus VD will be the game of the day tomorrow. But you can never say because sometimes it just fizzles out. So it's interesting matchup and interesting games are two different things. This game over in other streams. Ah, really? Yeah, it's looking complex. You have the knight as a blockader, but then you have these pawns there. You see this bishop here. If one pawn moves, e5 would be lost. If this pawn is attacked, by the way, right now you can attack from behind this pawn. So if rook g3, this pawn is attacked, then how do you save it is a question. Yeah, if rook g3 happens, how do you save it is a question. I don't know why I'm behind. I would try to understand and avoid it tomorrow. Gobblegum says, love the atmosphere. Unfortunately, could not catch with it. Oh wow, Gobblegum, you are in. Can you please try to elaborate more because today was such a different venue and so many things happening, so many people having so many curiosities. Why is it dark? Was it so dark over there? How was it? Or were you not there? Misunderstand. Knight d5. That's what people are saying. But if you go knight d5, king a5, then you go knight f6 or knight e3. Is that your plan? Because if you go knight e3, oh no, it doesn't really matter. Your knight goes passive and then this pawns just race. So you can't do that. You will. That's why you need the knight as a blockader. That's why rook g3 is a nice move, classy move. This is attacked. So actually speaking, Max is back to winning. So all the advantage which he had lost, he's got it back and he is beating Parham Maghsoodloo. I think for Max, last 2 days, the way he's played and we do have a soft corner for him. So it would be today also with such a great position, he did not. He almost messed it up, but he managed to come back. Aman says he plays aggressively, not classically. Yeah, I think that Max is definitely the find of this tournament. Like he's really played beautiful chess. Well, our subscriber meter is a little bit stuck, but we have crossed 800, which is a great news because that one was the aim. Let me just. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. कैमरा लेट चल रहा है. हाँ, ट्रेन लेट चलती है वैसे कैमरा भी लेट चलता है कभी कभी. Okay, so rook g3 is one question. If you ignore the pawn, losing the pawn, can you attack? Can you counter attack? So if you go rook h1, oh, even before rook g3, I would still ask king a5 is a blunder. By the way, guys, with knight 4, knight c6, you lose this. But can I go a3 and start advancing? But then the king comes closer. And a2 is nicely blocked. Of course, I can't go king b3. Wow, if bishop a7, if bishop a7 here, what should white play? Bishop a7, what should white play? Deep says missing Arjun here. By the way, this is the moment when Alireza resigns, I believe. So you can see a screen behind Alireza. Can you see? There he goes. He resigns. Donchenko beats Alireza. You can see Alireza is not at all happy. Quickly signs and gets up from the board, and there you see the crowd walking. Donchenko with a nice smile there because maybe the arbiter congratulated him. Now, yeah, and that's the haul for today. We still have this board here. You can see one board, one man playing. Okay, nice. That does give a good feel, right? Do we have their close-ups? Let's just try to see if we have close-up. In the camera. So that's the tournament hall, and that's one board. Because we don't have the close up yet. So that's the reason I'm now having this camera. But look at this, what happened after king b6, king d2 was played. They are writing moves like doctors, says Sarla. That is so true. If you try to read the score sheet, especially from 35th move to 40th, or when the time pressure starts, you just can't understand the handwriting at all. Jeet says, looking at this, it feels the candidates will be very interesting for the Indians. Yes, for everyone. Yes, Aditya, he is. Chart. Sakar says, I wonder how arbiter and players able to walk in the dark. I only think that it's not going to be so dark there. Generally, that's what happens with the camera. but it's not as dark as we think. So king d2 has been played. No, king d2 was played, but Max is not making a move. You can see him sitting there on the board. We're not able to see how much time he has. Ah, this is the 41st move. So he would have got a lot of time and he's using all of it. Maybe we can try to see if Divya is able to save the position. And also if Leon is able to convert this position, because oh, some progress happens. Yeah. So here bishop e3, rook a5 was actually played. Knight c3. Rook a3 was played again. He goes back bishop d2 and now the king comes to f5. And now Leon is thinking over here. 46th move, so they are not in time pressure. He goes king g3. So Leon has an extra pawn, which is important, and this has been also protected. So I believe there are great chances for Leon to convert this against Santosh. And he also has a lot of time. So after king g3, the first question, I mean, last time, if you remember, I had made a blunder where it was getting into the mating net. But this time, there it may not get into the mating net, but it will still have some problems, I believe, because it allows the f pawn to just be. Ah, not just that. Guys, can you find a reason white to play? एक सवाल guys, एक सवाल का 50 people. Can you answer? I mean, 50 is a little too much for now, but maybe 25. But white to play. Yes, wow. 25 is the aim. I think that should be possible. 25 people totally trying to answer. It was the move I missed, and you can see again and again with the knights on the board, it can get tricky. Let me just show you all the people. Nafis, Karthik, Fish, Pranjal, Hassan, Naruto, Sarla, Samkit, Shaurya, and Mr. Hack. You guys have found it. That's the right move. Knight b5, and it's a fork. So that is the only reason why this is a blunder. Otherwise, this idea was very good, very powerful. But rook on a3, so it's not working out. What he played was, after a long thought, was rook goes back to a8. Now rook goes back to 8, so Leon can go knight b5 and attack this pawn, because once again if you go king e5, there is bishop f4 check this time, and if king d5, once again beautiful knight check. So this knight and bishop are teaming up together so beautifully that this rook has to be very alert, because these checks are coming here and there, and then the trap of the fork the black king is falling for. So bishop f4 is the problem. Apart from that, I guess you can't do this. This is lost. You can't go king e5 and this pawn is attacked. If you try to, let's say, save it directly with rook d8, just a simple move. Then this knight jumps in with the check. Once again, if you go king e5, same problem, a fork. You see, the king and the rook, they are their own enemies internally. So it's not working. Rook d8 also. So the rook tries to go far, and that is what it must do. King e5, and now there is no check for bishop after. There is no bishop f4 check as well. But this position Leon can keep trying. So yeah, going to Divya's position after e5, she has played rook a7, and the advantage for white increases. Most probably the bishop jumps to this diagonal. That could be the reason. And also going to max game, because after king d2, I think he will go rook g3, but he's not yet gone rook g3. Oof. So guys, what's up? How did you like today? Of course, I think Praggnanandhaa's game was the game of the day. There is no doubt. Also, the opening was nice. I in fact loved Anish's opening very much, and I was thinking that it would definitely go towards Ding being under pressure, but it didn't happen that way. No, Gukesh and Vidit they drew the game. Tomorrow will be Praggnanandhaa versus Vidit, so would be interesting. And also Prag, who is now joined the leaderboard, he'll surely try to fight. He'll be having black pieces. By the way, move has been played, and it's not Rook G3, but it is Rook H4. The problem is you still have left this. I mean, black is better, but Rook G3 was stronger because you are also controlling this rank. Maybe there is a reason. If you try to go Rook G1 and save the pawn, then the bishop can, you remember we were thinking that we want a king but we are not able to get it. If we try to move the bishop, then there is check and we are not able to get it. But now there is bishop a7 with the idea of moving the king. So if white, let's say if he goes knight e5, it's just helping black to go to a5 disco, and also the pawns will be pushed, so that doesn't work. And if you try to go, let's say you want a connected passer, so but how do you get them anyway? But if you try a move like f5, then again I can't go king a5 because there is knight c6 check. And after king a5 knight c6 check, it's not just that black is that it's a draw, but it is actually black who is in trouble because of this important move here, white to play. That's where the rook on h4 is kind of creating some sort of suffering. So white to play. Alex says top 3 currently have the same SB tiebreak score. Wait, we should check. Are Naruto, Shubi. Ish. Hello, Shubi. Himanshu, NSS, Ashish, Sahil. Actually, that's the right move. E6 here is an important move. You take, you can't stop this. Rook goes to, rook gives a check, you go here. Rook gives a check, you go here. And this is still controlled. The king is too far. And if rook goes to h2 with the idea of stopping, then you still go rook e1 and then e7. So that is a problem. So you can't still go king a5, but surprisingly, you can go back with the king, attack this rook over here, and ask the rook where are you going to go, because if the rook goes to g2, now this pawn starts being pushed. If the king goes here, then the bishop starts becoming active, and instead of the king, it's the bishop who is going to help the pawns to be pushed. So that's the reason, not just king a5 ideas where activating king, but even if you are able to activate one of the piece, because as of now both the pieces are not able to join forces, these pawns, for these pawns to be pushed. So one of the piece for sure you need. So rook h4 has been played, and Maghsoodloo is thinking he's down to 4 minutes, but it doesn't matter because he's gonna get a lot of time. Divya blunder. Oof. e5 rook a7. Yeah, bishop e4 was played, and she goes king a. No, it's a, now it's anyway a tough position there. But tell me something, is this rook endgame also winning? Bishop d6 के बाद, if you take, yeah, because you are threatening king c5. This king can't stop, and there is too much of weaknesses. So this is absolutely lost. But Leon, we should go back there because king g3, rook a8 has been played, and Leon is thinking what to do. This is his only chance. Knight b5. So he's thinking. By the way, the other results in challenges were Eline Rubers lost to Rolik, Harika lost to Neiman, Arvind Lamy drew, and Daniel Darda drew. So yeah. Random thing says Anish took with its post game interview. We are in for a treat. Arre, kya baat hai. Amazing. Did I put it on the official site? Neil says I missed all the matches today. Arre, why? Ah, they tweeted. Got it, got it. Rook h4. Yeah, so it's gonna take a long time, guys. I think we should try to also be careful. At this point, it's important whether Leon will go knight b5 or not. Coding studies. But then you can see coding here also. You see these bars, they have been coded by Rakshit, and you will be able to get some inspirations. Okay, now of course, go and study. That's important. Three more days to go because we have 24, 20. No, not three. Actually, 24th we have. Tomorrow is the round. Then 25th is the rest day again. So either I feel that's the reason that tomorrow they continue in this venue and then they change it, so that's why they have a rest day, or they continue the whole tournament here, or tomorrow they go back. I'm not sure exactly, but tomorrow is one day, then there is a rest day, then there is 26th, 27th, and 28th. So we still have four more rounds to go. What a long tournament. Normally, 9 round event, such an event is already very tiring, especially when you have such a time control because the games are much more longer. So 13 rounds is one and a half tournaments continuously in that sense. How would you guys be feeling if yours was the last board? Let's say you are playing on that board and it's the last board, last game going on. You have 50 minutes, your opponent has 50 minutes, and everybody's gone back home. There are people in that auditorium, like we can't see them, but there are people there. So how would you be feeling? You think, of course you think, because you won't know, you're only hypothetically thinking. I do have a habit of asking a lot of hypothetical questions. Neil says depends on the position how I will feel. Murugan says we would be surrounded by people. No, that if it is in India and it's like the, oh, we actually had a reel, no, on that Bangalore Open as they had gone. We had to put the last game going on. Can you show Parham's game on camera? I would love to, but we don't have it. This is also interesting angle where you can have this full, where you can have me full, but no, it's so unprofessional. I don't like it. That one is good. Nadika says that's so crazy, only these two are alone in the hall. Oh, by the way, yes, we do have move. The next move, knight d5 check, has been given by Maghsoodloo here, and that gives Max finally, some freedom to the king. The king wanted to go to a5 since a long time, and it is coming to a5 here. So, weren't we discussing if the knight moves, it helps black to very easily push the pawns. Could go knight e7 with the threat of knight c6 check. You can't go b4 or a3 for that matter, because can a3? No, a3 cannot work. Come on, that would be a blunder. So knight e7, and then move. If you move the bishop, then check. Now you will have to go back. King b. Wait, king. Does it matter whether I go to b? Ah, king b6 means it's a mistake. Ooh, why? Why is it a mistake? Am I going knight b4 again with this check? No, but then this is hanging. This time it's gonna be different. So if I go knight b4, I take this pawn, and if you give this check, I go here, and if you take here, and this time if you take the pawn, I take this pawn. So there are three pawns. So maybe not, but this is not the reason. So what is the reason here? Ooh, the reason is knight going back to d4, where it is targeting the b5. So it says that if you take here, then I take your pawn as well, and this is the way that white will be able to defend with king e3, and one pawn is not enough. You need the support. Two pawns need to be together to be strong. So going back here, instead of knight c6, instead of bishop c7 check, what was important was king a6. And now if you go knight d4, there is a big difference. Check, check comes in, and then b4 immediately. You don't care about this pawn. So with the king on b6, you couldn't give a check, but here you can give a check, and then there is b4, and then yes, it doesn't. It works that way. So yeah, knight d5 check has been given. Murugan says this theatrical setup is like Tata Steel held in National Library. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Ananya, I have many stories because I was a time pressure person, so I would be playing slowly. But my this for me was when I became national under 16. It was the last round, and so my game was a championship game that was going on, and it was all surrounded by people. So yeah, I think my mom was not even in the hall. She had gone to some street, and she was sitting somewhere with all the tension. So yeah, that was like the one of the most tensed situations. To went till the end. Lot of sacrifices and swinging advantage, and finally managed to. I mean, it's your last game, and then you're surrounded by people, and then you are able to finally get out of the whole tension situation, and then you realize that okay, you've won the tournament. So it's a beautiful feeling for sure. It was the most amazing feeling. It was in Raipur, 2001. It was in 2001. I started at 7 when I was 7. Now I'm more than 25 years of my life in chess. Okay, what about Leon? Because he had chances, and after no, he's not played. In fact, he's taken around almost 18 minutes. Divya was trying to save, but this was all over. Bishop after bishop c5, rook 8, bishop went to b6. Divya goes back to d8. Now the king will jump into c5. Also, just imagine these pawns, if they are attacked, the bishop can't save it. But after king c5 anyway, how do you save this? If you go back king b7, then takes and a6. This, you have a lot of moves. You have a lot of moves on this side because anytime he takes this pawn, you take and over. So bishop d8, she's played. Moritz is thinking with 43 minutes. Leon's game. Leon is thinking after rook 8 for a long time. So Leon is thinking. And after 95 check here, even Max is thinking. I think he's trying to be a little more careful. Shaurya asks, unlike earlier, are the challenges not in the same hall? No, they are not. Actually, today we had the worst day in challenges for our guys, for our Indian guys. Because, yeah, not because, but I'm just kind of guessing it because it was a separate hall. Raghavendra says, I think king c5 is a good move. Yes, king c5 is a very good move. It's that unstoppable king right now. Rook c8, but then take king c. She's trying to gain counterplay. So she's saying that if I take, if you take here, I can give. No, but there is. She's just wanting to take on d4. Look at this rook endgame. No, many times rook endgames are known as draws, and here it is such equal material. No, there is still one pawn up. But rook behind a pawn and this king in a passive state changes a lot of things. Rook behind a pawn and rook endgame is one rule you can just keep in mind. Standings for all those who want to see are here. No, here there are pairings. These are the standings. By the way, Bhimang had mentioned that Prag will go to the live rating list. Let me just check the live rating right now. Two 748.9. So Prag gains today 0.9 points. That's how much he gains. And he's world number 11th. And look at the difference. Because no, Karyakin is 2750, so 1.1 point. So tomorrow Prag is playing with Vidit. Vidit's rating is 2741. Prag is very close to going into world number, breaking into world number 10. And but it's not going to be easy. Yeah, I didn't show it was a rating 2700 on 2700 chess. I was checking. Vidit is unbeaten, by the way, in this tournament. Yes, King d6 has been played after rook. He didn't even take here. He says that's better for me to have the bishop. My king is going inside, and maybe I will take these pawns after this bishop is out. Leon, in the meantime, has still not made a move. Going to Maghsoodloo's game after 95 check. Yes, King a5 has been found by Max. So I guess this is one important moment for Leon right now after rook 8, whether he's going to go for knight b5. But also, if he goes knight b5, how much better it is for white is important question. if we try to understand, if the king if the king goes to e5, we saw that bishop f4 check is very powerful, you lose, so that is a big mistake, and you can't take here because of the fork. So if so, the best move, if let's say Santosh plays, which is rook g8 check and pushing the king away so that this bishop f4 idea also doesn't happen, and then going king e5 attacking this d5 pawn here. This might be the this is the best case scenario which white can get after takes king takes d3. Here would be the question, is this enough as an advantage, or is it going to convert into a bishop and knight versus the king mate? Ooh, that would be epic. That would be crazy. But I do feel that black will be able to hold this because he has this pawn. So yeah. Also, Korobo has beaten Stefan, and Divya is thinking what to do. I think today we will end the day soon. The Masters games are. I mean, one game is going on, but we will end the game soon because Pragg, Vidit, Gukesh, and Anish have finished their games. John says, why is the room lights turned off and camera is off focus? I don't have the, today I'm not getting their camera, so that is one thing. Otherwise there's no camera. And the second thing is they are the spotlights so that players can easily see the board, which is good enough. Such a setting is there at many events, by the way, and it's not as dark as it seems for us. It's much brighter than this, but of course the camera will show it much darker. Next round is tomorrow, not 26, because 25th would be the rest day. By the way, check has been given and the king goes to d3 very quickly. Maghsoodloo plays this. So tomorrow is we have important round, Pragg versus Vidit, of course. Can't miss that. Sagar will be joining towards the end of the event. Yes, before I end the stream, I would be showing the rankings, but right now, after king d3, it's going towards a finish because now time to push the pawn to a3. And if I go knight e7, let's say, with the idea of knight c6, black can ignore because after knight c6, king a4, and this knight, it's like gone at the edge of the board where all the action is happening here. It's too slow. You can see how slow the knight is to against such pawns. So the even giving such a piece is fine there. That is how this pawns and the rook and the king collaboration works. So king d3 here has been played. So if Max plays a3, yes, he will be on his course to win. Yes, he plays a3. So Max is going towards victory here. I think now it's very hard to mess this position up. Also, we'll quickly have the final look at Divya's game, and this is lost. This is absolutely it would be a miracle to only save this. It's not possible. But rook a8, if Leon finds knight b5, then yes, he will definitely try to push it. But if he doesn't find it, then I think if you play something else, let's just try and go for king f2 here. If you play something else, still for black, he will need to find a only move. Wow, that's not so easy. Yeah? Like if I go king e5, this time, then the king comes in and you lose the pawn because it is defended. But if I stop you from winning that pawn, winning this pawn, then the problem is the bishop